I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Everybody, welcome to the show. Yes, we're bringing in all the characters in this plot, this drama we call American politics. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim. Everybody, welcome. This is a work in progress. We just had a major technological barrier to get past. I did it in 10 minutes, and we were able to get the show up and running. Despite the fact that I had a problem with this program, whenever I go through a VPN to broadcast, the program gets rid of all my settings. So I had to reconstruct all my stream keys and RTMP feeds for every show that we're broadcasting on. And we just started broadcasting on Twitch, which I'm running right now on the side, which I'm just developing. Sarah will help me with the chat room in a little bit. But we're running a side show, literally. On a laptop. So we got 4 different streams going through our connection. And I did count how many ingredients I used. Yeah, I saved the refried beans in the cooking show. So if you want to use that for another meal, go for it. I know. And I've got this stuff slowly cooking on the stove with covers on it and Corningware. So it should be a nice mix. I made a amazing Tex-Mex lasagna that you can make in your own home. 10 people can eat very nice meals for everybody. And the thing about lasagna is you can reheat it. You know, it's great a couple days later, week later, freeze it even. Now, we've got a lot of things going on today. I've been busy tweeting. Oh, thanks for putting that away. Huh?
Do you want something?
No, I'm good. Just my coffee. I just need a cup of coffee.
You wanted something with Twitch or something?
I'll do that later. I'm broadcasting on Twitch. I'm just learning the panel right now. They changed everything.
Well, I did not know anymore, did we?
Yeah. Now, I was the one that tweeted Rudy Giuliani 2 days ago, and I told him about the important link that we've been talking about, Chinese connection to Hunter Biden. And I believe this link is what got things rolling. Let me put it on the screen for you. I gave him this link and I said, check this out. And right after that, Rudy Giuliani must have told Donald Trump about it, because immediately Donald Trump started pitching a tune about China. And that's the news today. So I want Donald Trump to get the best possible defense he can possibly have. And the best defense he can have right now, I know I'm the guy I've been asking for impeachment for a long time, but I want this to be fair, and I want the Republicans to know that we're going to give everybody a chance to explain themselves. But what I believe is going on is Biden is dirty, and the Democrats don't want to admit it, and now Trump has a lot more in his arsenal to go after him, and they're doing that aggressively. And the best form of defense for Donald Trump is a strong offense. And I do like Rudy Giuliani insofar as his attempt to defend Donald Trump has been exemplary. He's in there fighting, and Donald Trump likes that. So it works for him, and it keeps knocking the press back. And that's something I think is very important to look at here. I obviously see that Trump and Giuliani are trusted partners and have been working together for years. So they're a good team. I think they can put up the best possible defense against this, I guess, better late than never impeachment attempt by the Democrats. But we all know how weak the Democrats are, and I'm not here to mince words. I'm very angry at the Democrats over the treatment I've had over the past 8 or 9 years, and how they treated me during my election and Sarah's election. I believe that these people are corrupt to the core, but so are the Republicans. My concern is that we find a pathway somewhere in the middle that we can all agree on. Because clearly the biggest problem in this country right now is the divisiveness between the left and the right on key issues. We can minimize the divisiveness because we don't have to talk about key issues. I told you that gun control is off the table. I won't talk about it ever. That'll give a lot of people on the right ease of mind, and knowing that this president, my future presidency, will not include talking about red flag laws. We won't be negotiating with people like Lindsey Graham, who obviously is working for Russia. Yeah, I'm not sure where the red flag law came from, but it sounds very communist to me. So that's something that's off the table. Wasting your tax dollars, the Democrats do that all the time. That's also something I'm going to avoid. I'm a fiscal conservative, so I really want to make sure that our tax dollars are spent in the right direction, and we'll use every means possible to do it. We'll put together forensic accountants that can analyze the budget closely and find all these areas that corporations are ripping us off. We need a very fine line, detailed view of the budget, and I think that will be a big part of the Government Accounting Office when I'm president. The next big problem we have right now is a general distrust with the FBI and the CIA. Now, I believe there are good people at the FBI and the CIA that actually want to do their job. I believe that. And to the core, I believe that. But there are also a lot of people, big players in the upper echelon of these organizations that will flip on a moment's notice from a call from some really rich person. So my concern is that very, very important issues are being sidelined and investigations are being sidelined. But what they did with Donald Trump by putting a CIA agent next to him in the White House was essential. They had to get information about what Donald Trump was doing privately. Now, he wants to have it all his way. He wants to have private calls to dignitaries, never have transcripts of anything, just like he did with Vladimir Putin, and never even bothered to take a single transcript and deliver it to the American people with transparency in mind. I think he's asking too much. I think we now need oversight. I think the Democrats are saying they need oversight, especially after what happened with Vladimir Putin and the Russians. So I think the request for oversight in the White House is essential. And as far as private burner phones that he has, he shouldn't have private burner phones. The NSA should be listening to every single call the president makes. He's a public servant, and he shouldn't be running a private business on the side. This is something he carried into the White House, and this is a big concern of mine, that he's got personal interests commingling with our public interests and the important trade talks we have with China right now. That's not good. So all these factors come together to make me want a very fair impeachment review. If it doesn't qualify for impeachment, then let's just move on. and go to the 2020 election and let Donald face Biden and whoever else enters the race. I'm all for whatever works right now. Clearly, an impeachment process would be damaging to our country, but it may actually be a way out of Donald Trump's reckless behavior. Now, I want him to have a good defense, mind you, and I don't think that we should allow the Republicans to blame everybody for what's happening and call it fake news and a lot of Russian hoaxes. That's a simple way out. We need something a lot more solid for the American people to listen to. We need to know that Donald Trump is not working with foreign dignitaries. We need to know this. This is important. Hi, Scissor Fight. And hi, Add the One. Welcome. Okay, we'll do Add the One first. Let's take a look at this story. Trump reportedly discussed Biden and Warren in a call with China's president as it happened. There's no reason to separate a conversation the president's having and say you're not allowed to talk about another competitor with a foreign nation. It's using information you're getting through improper channels against your competitor that is really at issue. But talking about Biden and Warren in a call with China's president is perfectly legitimate as long as he's not gathering information about Biden and using it against him. And that's just the big difference here. Let's take a look at this.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. And by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens. Because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine. So I would say that President Zelensky, if it were me, I would recommend that they start an investigation into the Bidens, because nobody has any doubt that they weren't crooked. That was a crooked deal, 100%. He had no knowledge of energy, didn't know the first thing about it. All of a sudden, he's getting $50,000 a month, plus a lot of other things. Nobody has any doubt. And they got rid of a prosecutor who was a very tough prosecutor. They got rid of him. Now they're trying to make it the opposite way, but they got rid. So if I were the president, I would certainly recommend that of Ukraine.
All right, I actually like what he said. And like I said, I was very quick to get Rudy some information a couple days ago about the Chinese connection, and he's on it, and he got Donald on it too, and I think that's great. That played out well from my perspective, what Donald just said. It's actually a very legitimate request to get solid information about his competitor, about what he did when he was vice president of the United States. I don't think that is not something that we are going to just throw away. We're going to need that information if we all make a credible decision about who to vote for in the upcoming election, whether I'm running against them or not. The important thing is we need more information about what Biden was doing. It looks very, very corrupt, what he did with his son. And I don't care what the Democrats say. This issue about firing the prosecutor is actually playing out in favor of the Democrats. Biden didn't fire the prosecutor in Ukraine or tell Ukraine to fire the prosecutor based on protecting his son, Hunter. That's just a misnomer. That's a jumbled news item. They really went after corruption. And Clinton, as far back as Clinton, they were going after corruption in Ukraine. And Biden was just following his role as a vice president in making sure that they didn't get their money unless they stopped the corrupt prosecutor. But the prosecutor himself said he wasn't prosecuting Hunter. He's publicly said that yesterday. He said he wasn't prosecuting Hunter. So that guy, it's a complete non-issue there. What we have to focus on is now whether Donald Trump really did do a quid pro quo in the phone call. And that's where the Democrats are going to move forward in the impeachment process. If he did do a quid pro quo where he wouldn't give $400 million unless that favor included getting dirt on Biden, then Trump would be definitely in violation of laws if there's a quid pro quo involved. So that's up to the Democrats. I'm going to go to my Twitter account because I loaded a lot of tweets today, and I've been very active just because I think this is the time to start getting active. And I'm going to take a look at the tweet I made. There's been a lot of things. Let me show the Twitter board for all of you to look at going back in time. All right. And thanks everybody over at Twitch. If you are watching, congratulations. This is the first rebroadcast in a while. We haven't gotten into the chat room, so we haven't opened it at all yet. But okay, this story is pretty amazing. Hong Kong they're probably going to ban people's face masks. So how do people breathe the polluted air in Hong Kong? I mean, it's time to link human rights violations to the trade talks with China, and I made that go to real Donald Trump. I think human rights violations are key in assembling a trade talk with China, especially in lieu of what they're doing with Hong Kong and the organ harvesting that they're doing with their people. Those are the two key issues, Hong Kong and the organ harvesting, that I think should be addressed. And this story, there was a great video last night using Nickelback's song, 12 seconds of Nickelback, showing Donald Trump. I'd play it for you right now, but it actually showed Joe Biden with Hunter Biden and a Ukrainian oil guy, and then it shows, I'll play the first section of it. But it's been knocked off time and time again. Donald Trump Jr. posted it. It's been censored, and it's clearly not something that can be censored. It has 12 seconds of Nickelback's song, which is perfectly legal. So I tweeted that this is it lasted about a day, and people are saying it was pulled because of Nickelback's copyright, but case law supports the fair use of any song up to 15 seconds. And I gave them two links to the case that Yoko Ono had over the Imagine song, and it's still presiding over the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. So in no way does YouTube have the right to knock this down, but Twitter's been knocking it down, and it's not something that I think is fair. It really isn't. It clarifies that Joe Biden has been lying. Yeah, it gives a very clear description of what's happening with Joe Biden. Let me show it to you real quick. Yeah. I'll just show you the first few seconds, and then the Nickelback song, I'll shut it off.
Spoken to your son about his overseas business dealings?
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings.
Okay, I just shut it off there because they will take off the entire video if I play a Nickelback song, even 12 seconds, which is perfectly legal. Yeah. We just got taken down off of iVlog. Let's reboot on iVlog. Okay, we're going to take a look at that. Our iVlog show was just shut down because of the ban. I didn't play the Nickelback song. I just had less than a second there, but you could see that they were already censoring us right in our room right now. Look at that. It's unbelievable. Okay, now we've got a story from Scissor Fight. I just had to bounce back on. They actually DDoSed my VPN just now. Okay. Trump ordered Ukraine ambassador removed after complaints from Giuliani and others. Maria Yovanovitch dismissed after Trump allies said she was blocking Biden probe and bad-mouthing president, people familiar with the matter say. And we know that Pompeo was on the Trump call with Zelensky. We know that now. But President Trump ordered the removal of the ambassador to Ukraine after months of complaints from allies outside the administration, including his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, that she was undermining him abroad and obstructing efforts to persuade Kiev to investigate former Vice President Joe Biden, according to people familiar with the matter. Okay, good. Okay, let me get to this other story. I told, I actually told Donald Trump Jr., good luck, thanks for posting it. I never would have been able to copy that song that I just saw. Yeah, just watch the Judge Napolitano's take on impeachment. Now it is a Fox issue, I wrote. Trump asked for a favor of President Zelensky. What that favor was is debatable. There's a lot of room for circumspection here. This is a fertile ground for impeachment. Is it or is it not? I think this is worth watching. I'm going to play this for you, and it is really a clarification very well done by Judge Andrew Napolitano. And he believes that impeachment is totally legal, but he bases his assumption on the favor that Donald Trump asks for. Let's watch his entire thing. I think a lot of you will enjoy seeing an expert on constitutional law describe what we're looking at with impeachment. But it boils down to what was that favor that Donald Trump asked Zelensky. And that's still a very questionable area. Okay, it's queuing up. Let's play it. This is very good. It was done out there in the streets of New York or wherever it was filmed. It was very well done. And Judge Napolitano really is an expert on the subject. But the question is, what was that favor? And you'll find out.
Welcome to my chambers. It is always an unpleasant topic when we're talking about bringing a legal action against the lawfully elected President of the United States. But under the Constitution, the House of Representatives, if they believe the President has engaged in treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, has an absolute right to investigate the President's behavior to determine whether or not he committed an impeachable offense. That phrase, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, is the basis, the sole basis for impeachment under the Constitution. How did all this come about? Well, a CIA agent formerly assigned to the White House became aware of the President's conversation with his counterpart, the President of the Ukraine, during the course of which he said words to the effect of, "I need a favor." The favor he requested was dirt on Joe Biden. Now, why would he want dirt on Joe Biden? Well, if that favor was to help American law enforcement investigate Joe Biden, there'd be no impropriety. But there's no federal investigation of Joe Biden for any crime or any violation of American law. If the favor was to help the president's campaign, it's a very serious issue. Because as we know from the Mueller investigation, in which the president was accused of obtaining favors from the Russian government, it is a federal crime to receive a favor or to ask for something for a campaign from a foreign national or a foreign government. In the context of all of this is the following. In 2014 and 15, Russia invaded Ukraine. It annexed the province of Crimea. 5 years ago, Crimea was a province of Ukraine. Now it's a province of Russia. What once housed Ukrainians in Crimea now houses Russian troops and Russian tanks aimed at the Crimea-Ukraine border. In response to that, Congress votes to authorize federal aid, American aid to Ukraine, and the sale of American military goods to Ukraine. The president holds all this up, even though his Secretary of Defense, his Secretary of State, his Director of National Intelligence, his Director of the CIA, and every member of his National Security Council said, give them the aid. The Russian tanks are aimed their way. But he held up that aid and instead asked for a favor, which arguably was for his political campaign. That was a violation of federal law. That is an impeachable offense. That is what the Democrats are seeking to investigate. A lot of this is surrounded by confusing arguments. Who was worse, Joe Biden or Donald Trump? These arguments are made by the president's supporters. Many of his supporters are people of goodwill who wish him well and wish that the impeachment would go away. But wishing the impeachment to go away will not make it go away. Instead of a frenetic lawyer on television trying to make Joe Biden look worse, the president should present a principled defense if he has one, because the Democrats have a lot of evidence against him. Welcome to my chambers. Fight the good fight.
Okay, Judge Napolitano. Chambers, yeah, really good piece, very well done. I commend Fox for bringing in the topic of impeachment and allowing Judge Napolitano, who is, by the way, a former friend of Donald Trump. Some people say that he was jilted by not being allowed the Supreme Court position that Brett Kavanaugh got. So he's angry. Trump implied that himself, that he's angry at Trump for not getting that offer of a Supreme Court position. But either way, he has a very good point. And if indeed that favor was to get dirt on Joe Biden, that's an assumption based on what I've heard. If that favor was, then he has a case, that there is an impeachment case here to move forward. But there's more than enough to move forward with impeachment regarding all the other different deeds or misdeeds that have been done. There's more than enough evidence to suggest that Trump cheated in the election. High crimes and misdemeanors have been engaged in. The New York State's planning on suing Trump if he doesn't win the election in 2020. So we know that a lot of high crimes and misdemeanors have been committed. And then obstruction of justice. This is another factor that is playing into this. Donald Trump has been trying desperately to stop this investigation and now the impeachment. And it's so serious that now he's writing a letter. This is not obstruction of justice, but it's still along the same vein of obstruction. Donald Trump is writing a letter to Nancy Pelosi, daring Pelosi to hold a vote on the impeachment inquiry right now. The White House is planning to send Nancy Pelosi a letter as soon as Friday, arguing that President Trump and his team can ignore lawmakers' demands until she holds a full House vote formally approving an impeachment inquiry. Two sources familiar with the letter tell Axios. So, why it matters? By putting it in writing, the case that Trump and his supporters have been making verbally for days, the White House is preparing for a court fight and arguing to the public that its resistance to Congress' request is justified. Trump wants to force House Democrats in vulnerable races to be on the record if they favor pursuing impeachment, these sources tell us. This will definitely alter the course of the 2020 election. Republicans also say the minority party can exert more influence over hearings and other aspects of an inquiry once it is formalized with a vote. Well, that's probably true. Republicans will have a chance to contest every single thing that the Democrats are saying. And by calling this an inquiry without holding a vote, Pelosi and the Democratic committee chairman are having it both ways, one official said. They want to be a little bit pregnant. Yeah. Now, Pelosi's been moving so slowly that it's almost pathetic at how slow the impeachment process has been taking. It's 2 years in the making, and still we don't see enough solid info pouring out of the Democrats in concise ways that would tell us, yes, Donald Trump has definitely done all these bad things. Now, I could lay it out for you in very clear terms, but I'm waiting for the Democrats to do it. I have one site I set up, 153news.net, in which I go into detail in both Collusion 1 and Collusion 2 into the connection between Donald Trump, the Russians, Kushner, and many others. So if you can go to those pages at 153news.net and watch Collusion 1 and Collusion 2, you'll get the same gist of what I'm talking about. I'll give you guys the link. We've got lots of videos being seen over there. I hardly have any videos being seen at YouTube. I only get like 3 hits, whereas I get 4,000 over there, which means to me that I'm being censored over at YouTube. It's pretty clear, obvious, when I get 5,000 hits in a couple of weeks on one video alone, and then boom. Jeff Bezos, Whole Foods, slashes medical benefits for nearly 2,000 part-time workers. Yes. It's true. Yeah, he's trying to save money, I think. He's worth $115 billion, but he's cutting the part-time worker medical benefits, kind of like Walmart does. Yeah. So he's saving a lot of money on this. Okay, Misanthropy has a link. That's it? Okay, great. We have a couple bad news stories to report. Let me get that out of the way, and then I'll go make a little dinner. 7 dead, 7 injured in crash of World War II bomber, Connecticut's Bradley International Airport. Some old rust bucket, B-17, went up there and ended up failing. And the 7 people are now part of the history of aviation. Sad day. Sorry to hear that. At least 7 people were killed, 7 injured. And this is a story about Jeff Bezos slashing 2,000 part-time workers. Okay, Sarah's here. I don't want to belabor any of your time. We'll get right into the... that's the live board. I'm going to look at that a little bit later and figure out how to get the chat going. Unless you want to do that now while I talk. Yes.
Why doesn't it scroll down?
I couldn't figure that out either. It's barely on the right.
I can't do anything with it.
There you go. barely catch it. The Twitch.
Joe Joman says, do you think politicians are moral?
Moral, I don't know if politicians necessarily are moral. They can be completely immoral. I don't think it's a prerequisite to be a politician in the case of most of the people in the two-party system. I chose to enter this arena because I am moral. Thank you. And I believe that the country is plagued with lots of self-purposed, self-gain people in government that are constantly patting their pockets, and we've seen this time and time again. I mean, even Nancy Pelosi has $120 million in net worth, and you got to wonder, how did she get that money with a $200,000 salary a year? So that's a big question. Thanks for your question, though.
And we are live.
We are live. Okay, good. Then we have a little chat room at Cool Rock, and we've got a backup camera, and Sarah's going to talk to you guys now while I prepare some meals. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Latvians girls won't claim she got accepted to Trump's Space Force. I don't believe you. This week, I'm not putting up with anything. So, just fair warning. This is my no BS week. I have a low tolerance right now. Here's some hippie, pro-privacy, pro-freedom Apple y'all so love. Hong Kong protest safety app was banned from the iOS store. Hello, Winchell. Are you trying to avoid cops or live rounds or tear gas? Oh no. Oh no, you don't say. Yeah, oh no, you don't say Cook and Company. They removed the app. They're probably getting paid off from Hong Kong. Alright, if you guys want to say something over here, I will try to monitor the chat better at Twitch. Probably nobody's watching, but who knew? Who knows? It says 2 viewers. That's me and you, whoever you are. France is set. I'm sorry that happened to you, 870. Oh, hello, other one. Our Misanthropy says France set to roll out nationwide facial recognition ID programs. Hello, True Blue, and everybody else. Soulchild thinks that Ukraine and Russians may have gotten on the Sponheim bandwagon. What do you think? Oh, I'm down to 1 viewer. I think that's just me. Oh well. Don't worry. Be happy. I agree with that. Richard Stallman has been vilified by those who don't know him. We have coworkers that still use flip phones. Things have been a little odd in here, yeah. I banned someone yesterday, but people in the tech community know Sylvia Paul as a high-tech publicist, a former board member of BMUG, the largest Macintosh user group in the world, a founder of the Berkeley Cyber Salon, which focused on the impact of technology on every aspect of our lives, and the founder of GraceNet, a networking and support group for women in tech that at the turn of the century launched a worldwide campaign to eliminate sexist advertising in high-tech media. Let me move this over here so I can actually read it, and maybe glance at the chat. Thank you for you, Moni. I hope my week goes fast and I feel better, as always. I look good, I just don't feel that great. My shoulder aches. And I don't know, lots of other things. The campaign issued a press release announcing a disgraceful award in advertising to a different leading tech company each month, ended up shaming several companies, IBM included, to withdraw their ads and apologize for the offense they might have caused women and men. Okay. I love Fries. His best friend is sick. He has sinus infection. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I think my sinuses are okay. I'm breathing alright. Except for my shoulders. I did work out in the garden yesterday. Oh. Did it really? Dropped iVlog. Dropped Vaughn too. Yes, I'm being DDoSed. Oh, and David's on Periscope, but he never opens it. What's up with that? David's not doing that. He's doing some kind of scraping of some bowl cereal. I think he's eating. Hopefully cleaning the kitchen too, because it was a mess. And I couldn't clean it all. Who knew making that lasagna, whatever he calls it, would be so messy? Maybe that's another reason I don't like to cook. I'm not really into messes. I'm sorry you're in pain with your tummy, Anita. Yes, my screen is as well. No, I haven't looked into digital minimalism yet. I've been really busy this last couple of weeks. Really busy. I'm surprised I don't get Audible as well. That's probably a good thing. How much is Audible? Should probably get it on my phone, because I do like listening to books on the way to work. Well, since I finished that one book about the innovators, I've just been listening to the radio. Once October is over, then I think I'll have some more free time. Is digital minimalism about trying to minimize how much? Now I'm down to 0 viewers over at Twitch. Yay. I wonder if there's a way to show the chat without showing that I have 0 viewers. That's good enough. I hid the viewers so David can think he has lots of viewers. It's $14.95 a month? You should get Libby. It's through your public library, and then you don't have to pay a monthly charge. You're limited somewhat in the audiobooks they have, but oh, that's kind of cool. Minimizing internet usage to be more efficient with your time, give you more time to do other things that are less toxic. I know. Oh, that's true. You don't pay for anything. I don't know. Why would I send a team after him for you, Moni? Okay, you leave. But Winchell loves his doctors. The ones just hang out. Oh, you download books and then something like that. Okay. Well, maybe. I like that Libby one. I will look into digital, see if they have digital minimalism on that Libby account. Which I do like the idea of minimizing tech. I mean, I have definitely, and today I just wanted to come home and vegetate, and I was thinking, I'm not going to have in cereal. I mean, I am going to yawn on camera. When I'm tired, I yawn. That's just how it is. With Libby, I do download what I'm listening to and I return it. It's kind of like borrowing a book from the library. Well, other people might be capable of having a conversation, but it's difficult to have a chat conversation because you're typing, your friends are typing, unless you can have two conversations at the same time with the same person, which is how I sometimes chat with my friend. How are you? Oh, how's your husband? Oh, you're doing well? Oh, your husband's doing well? Good. I did, Serial. That's true. You feel rough right now. Thanks, Winchell. Yeah, what happened to Rex, Dairy King?
Few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough.
I don't even want to watch that. Sarah, do I ever have crazy dreams about a chatters? Sometimes. That's just so weird, Space Shuttle. Is that really it? Watch it, Sarah. Is that the same one? She thinks we need to eat the babies. Oh, I can't. Did she really say that? What a weirdo. Oh my goodness. Well, and her supporters are definitely loony. Hello, Push and Toe. Ocasio-Cortez and her supporters. Odd. Yeah, Mystify Me did make Rex miserable. Did David, what happened to Rex? Did David ban him or did I ban him? I don't remember. Your dream is to meet me someday, Winchell? Am I really that special? Thank you, I think. Oh, he just left because we were ruining his mood. Okay. Oh my god, ow. Ow. It hurts when I laugh. Yeah, do they let me sit on the White House lawn without consequence? Only if I'm not really doing it and I'm really in front of a green screen. You can tell I'm in front of a green screen because the sky above me is really the Oval Office. Ooh. Probably Rex will show up. Thanks, Winchell, for thinking I'm special. Well, I'm real, just the stuff behind me isn't real. But I think I'm real. I'm slowly reading through the article, Misanthropy. I didn't say I miss him. I did say, did I ban him? Because I remember he was starting to say some things strange. Okay. You found his photos. Oh. Why are people so desperate to be in a relationship? I don't think people are really desperate to be in a relationship. I think people are desperate to be loved. And that too, the sex drive thing. Oh, you thought since I'm sitting on the White House lawn, if I'm very still, they think I'm a gnome. I don't mind you. Yeah, it's pretty funny, push and toe. I wonder if it just happens naturally, Misanthropy. Wait, you're younger than me. I don't know. Maybe it's all the things you're allergic to. I'll ask David if you can see the finished product. Your rescues. Push and Toe has rescued animals that give him all the love he needs. Yeah, you're just misanthropic. I didn't know I'm so tolerant. I'm such a tolerant person. I'm a kind person, that I endure misanthropes. And others. Minors. I don't know why you were followed by a Russian car on the second yesterday from 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon. It was probably just a coincidence, Anita. I really doubt that people are after you. That was pretty funny. America's is the best one. That's hilarious. If you love someone, you should tell them. You should not keep it to yourself. Love is meant to be shared. Paella, yeah, or some kind of dish, yeah. I don't know if it's a fish. It's more like a tomato soup. Yeah, I know. How many people in the room are that way, Dairy King, in your opinion? I don't know about picketing. Oh, there you go. I love you, silly. Seriously, Anita, I think you're just stressed out too. Oh God. Ghost, aka Final Dream. Oh my God. I think we have a similar sense of humor, and I do not have a good sense of humor. Well, no, actually I do. I just don't have David's sense of humor. I think I have more of my dad's sense of humor. My dad would be more like actually my dad was totally laughing through. He loves the IT crowd. Actually, I was laughing through the IT crowd, but I was watching, you know how the IT crowd has this annoying laugh track? Well, when my family was visiting, I was like, we would watch the IT crowd when David was doing the show, but we would have it on mute and just watch the subtitles. And I was laughing. Dave was like, what did I say? Something funny? And I was like, no, it's on the show. What was that? I was watching the IT crowd the show, but I was watching it on mute when you were doing your show, and you were like, "What are you laughing at?"
Oh, I see.
But I wasn't because you thought I was laughing at you or something, but I wasn't. I was laughing at the IT crowd. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away. Please don't go. I guess nobody's over there at Twitch. Oh well. It's probably because it's a weird background. Sorry. At least you get to see my weird profile. I have not tried turning David on. Well, yes, I have done that, Q17, now that you say that. Now that I say that out loud. On and off again. David and I made popcorn the other day. We're still watching Game of Thrones. Started watching it when my parents were here. I have not tried David's pasta. Well, I had a little of the pasta that was cooked, but I didn't try it as like the mixture that David made. David, they want to see your finished product.
Oh, yeah, I could bring it in.
There you go. Your wish is David's command. Cheesy layered Mexican bake, but I bet you anything they're using tortillas and not lasagna shells. And I bet there's no ricotta in there. Wait, it does say Mexican lasagna. Oh. Well, the IT crowd is not that great. I mean, it is funny, but it's an acquired taste. You made homemade gnocchi the other day. That does sound pretty good. I'm not a big gnocchi fan though because I don't like potatoes. I mean, if I'm gonna stuff pasta, I want to stuff them with cheese. Oh God! Oh, that feels so good to take off my shoes.
Okay, this is the one that shows really well, but I'm going to probably leave this in the refrigerator for next, later. But go ahead and pull the top off and we'll take a look. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da! It's Tex-Mex lasagna!
That does show very well.
It's good, yeah. The other dish is available. You just dig right in and I'll have it warm for you.
No, it's some organic brand lasagna noodles. I don't know how he does it. Don't worry, be happy. Well, I am tired. Why am I here? So he could clean up the mess he made in the kitchen? I started cleaning it up and then I said, I'll just go give him a break so he can clean it up himself. This is a really $1 meal, or do I eat 5 portions per meal? Depends on how hungry you are. Non-pesticide Q17. Exactly, Daryl VJ. Yes, I know. I took a little organic chemistry and inorganic I took chemistry. Biology. Know the difference about organics being carbon based rather than something like silicon based.
Meus irmãos, vamos dar uma punição aqui, ó, no Sub-Zero aqui, tá ligado? Porque tá demais aí na quebrada, tá ligado? E o irmão Jorlan aí apoiou a situação pra me dar a punição nele aí.
Oh. So just start over.
Vamos dar uma punição aqui, ó, no Sub-Zero aqui, tá ligado? Porque tá demais aí na quebrada.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of food. But it'll be good.
Do you
when it's
like
warmed up.
that?
And I left some of your pesto sauce. You'll probably want that for extra flavor.
Yeah.
So enjoy. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee once it's hot, but I'll be right there to fill in.
Okay.
I'm almost there. Did you get the live leak over here?
Yes, I did. It's weird.
Okay. Yeah, weirdness is
Sorry.
par for the
Final
course.
Dream. It was just weird. That was weird too. If you wanted to unmute it, it's very weird.
This woman says her Green Deal doesn't go far enough. It says that it's time for humans to eat the babies.
Because there's too much carbon dioxide.
Because there's too much carbon dioxide. That is so bizarre. Oh my goodness. These people are freaked out. And I just read a statement from the UN executive secretary and governor. And they said there's nothing to worry about. This is an over dramatization you're hearing from Greta Thunberg. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. You're far too many concerns right now. We just have to innovate, in my opinion.
Well, I did get David some steak, but he wanted to make this instead. Maybe not porterhouse or whatever you're saying, but some thin sirloin or something. Only if it's an out-of-date steak. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it. Do I have other couple friends, and do they know about Dave's aspiration to be president? I have some other friends. Most of my friends are not couples, they're single. I have maybe one couple friend, but we don't go out as a couple. It's more like I hang out with the wife sometimes. Yes, True Blue, you missed David's dish. But my friends, I have one or two of my friends know about David's aspirations to be president. And then some of my friends do not. You know, kids are kids. I don't go with that. I don't believe in bad seeds. Especially at the age I teach. Well. There are some children that pose challenges.
Yeah. So we don't need to push the far left agenda, but we do need to keep a mindful eye of innovations and improvements in our society that would help prevent pollution from getting overboard. I mean, we're looking at 10 major rivers that could be filtered and cleaned in the world that would put a huge dent in the ocean pollution.
True Blue Mr. reveal of your thing.
That's okay.
Okay.
He'll see the video
Thank
when
you.
I upload it.
Putting my feet down. Ow.
Yeah.
I'm good.
You could either get off your feet, probably use that foot massager or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
All right.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, you're just gonna go to bed. Okay, go for it.
Oh,
Get some
I'm gonna
rest.
do some other stuff.
No, that's it. You're good. I'll be able to do that thing at 9 myself, or 8:30 myself.
Well, maybe I'll be up then.
Well, if you're up, either way, I can
I'm
do it.
going to bed right now.
Okay, get some sleep.
Mm.
She seems very tired. It's been a big day, and we've got a lot to talk about with politics coming at us from all different directions right now. It's been overwhelming. The news has been, tweeting has been exciting. And I'm not even checking my tweets. I'm just tweeting what comes to mind as I look through this stuff and perceive what's happening. I'm sure all of you are doing something similar. No, the entrances to the oceans, there's 10 major rivers. The Nile is one of them. Ironically, the Amazon is not. The Amazon's pretty clean still. But the Tigris, we have a whole list of them. In fact, innovating in those key areas, getting the plastic out of the water would be the first priority. And I'm thinking we can do this. I'm thinking of a water wheel. And you can only imagine what this would be like. A water wheel that would actually scoop into the water and lift up and then dump into a sliding tray that's completely smooth and rinsed down. And the whole process is like one fell swoop. And at the back end is a compressor that can sort metal from plastic and then compress the plastic and then liquefy it into a fuel like oil. All of this is possible, so we have to start thinking of innovations. Something simple like that could be used around the world. And there's probably other ways of grabbing plastic out of water going down a river, but that would be my best guess, is a water wheel. And I'm just putting my mind to it and doing some SketchUp drawings, what I think would be helpful. And I don't even care if the idea is stolen, because we clearly have something that is out of control. And if we can get to those 10 major rivers, even if it's our money, philanthropy money going into it, not the tax dollars. You found a piece of plastic in your fish the other day, no lie. I seriously wouldn't doubt it. Seriously. I love cheeses too. You know, that ricotta turned out to be really good. It's super flavorsome. I don't even think she's going to eat any dinner. I think she's just going to go to bed. Sarah was really tired, yeah. But that's the nice thing about lasagna. You can eat it later. You tie a net to the whale tails and it's full, you collect it. Give them a new one. You know, that's not a bad idea, ironically. You train whales. You know, we've got trained dolphins, right? Train the whales as if their mouths are not collecting enough plastic as it is. If we could just put a liner in their mouth, so as they take in the plastic, they could actually collect it in their mouth. And when it gets really big, they could just come to the surface and we can extract it with our sensors. Anything's possible, right? Not really. But no, that's an interesting idea to have the whales towed around. The Boyan Slat, he's now, I guess, 19, 20 years old. He was 17 when he first suggested this, and he actually did it with a crowdfunding of $7 million. And they did a pretty good job. They got about 3,000 pounds of plastic waste out of the water. But that's not a lot. I mean, 3,000 pounds, that's like, hardly anything. Like a little fleck out of the Pacific Gyre. But yeah, like a whale plastic veneer, so that the whales, the krill that come in would go through the plastic, but plastic would go through the netting, the nylon netting, but the plastic would stay, and then we'd pull the nylon netting out, because nylon is the toughest material out there. So I think it's possible. Yeah. I mean, we are dealing with a catastrophe, though, and I'm not trying to lessen the importance of Greta and her complaints about what was going on. Hey, how are you? Jimmy. Who dis? Normie McJones. Yeah, I'm just hanging out. We're doing a rough cut tonight of the show of America's Third Party. We've been doing 11 years of broadcasting, and we decided to get back onto Twitch tonight, Normie. So thanks for coming in and checking out our show. Are you mad? What's that noise? Huh. Sarah's phone. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at that piece that just came in. Oh, the best part, here's these polls, online Twitter polls. The best part of Donald Trump's fantasy wall. Now, this was my idea, by the way. I was the one that talked about alligators and snakes, and Trump started tweeting and talking about it himself. So, and the Moat idea was Meow TVs. But which is your best idea? Snakes, spikes, alligators, Moat? And I got to tell you, spikes were Donald Trump's original idea. But the alligators and snakes, I had anacondas in mind, and crocodiles or alligators. That was my idea. But it doesn't matter. Go with it. Run with it. You guys want that Twitter link to vote? I'm going to go to the Moat. 35% said Moat. 42% said alligators. And only 10% said snakes. 13% said spikes. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah, let me give you the link to it so you can vote. Right back at you. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Cleanup underway finally. USA Today. Isn't it amazing? It's underway finally. Yeah, there you go. There was Boyan Slat's first attempt. Hey, I can only get so much of that before I have to shut it off. If it's longer than 15 seconds, it can be a violation, a monetization issue. Of course, they'd probably call it a monetization issue at 12 seconds. Yeah, we played that Nickelback song that was so great, and as soon as I played it, iBlog knocked me off. I only played like less than a half a second, and they still kicked me right off. So they knew that I said I wasn't going to play it because it technically is, in their minds, bannable. But what it does, it has, and I'm not going to do it right now, I did it earlier. What it does is has Joe Biden claiming he never did business with the gas companies in Ukraine and his son at the same time. And then it shows a picture of all of them, and it shows this Nickelback song playing in the background. It's very funny. Anyways, Donald Trump Jr. had posted it as a backup, and there was one left before it was taken down today on Twitter, right before my very eyes. Luckily, our chat stays up permanently, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, we don't have anybody over at the live chat room over there, which is nice. Yeah, I don't need to have a live video with anybody. You just kick back. It's that Thursday waiting for the big day. Yeah. Let's play this video of a woman claiming she wants to eat babies to get rid of the CO2 footprint on the earth. I don't even know what to think. I mean, how bizarre is that? Let's just take a look. I mean, there's some of these leftists really, they're not only for Planned Parenthood, they're for infanticide too. It's absolutely bizarre.
Crisis. We only have a few. We're not going to be here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying, we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2.
We're-
We're not going to be here for much longer because of the climate.
So she really kind of climaxed there when she got up and said that we had to start eating babies. Do you think she works for a human trafficking organization or something? I mean, or is she just brain dead? Oh, okay. Well, whatever she is. I was thinking, does she work for Epstein and the Podestas? All the alleged things that go on there? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not saying that they're eating babies is going on there, but there was a guy who was just arrested with 15,000 pills in South Korea, all made out of desiccated baby flesh. I'm not kidding. What do you mean I haven't looked at your chat for the last 20 minutes? I watch your chat all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always in iBlog watching chat. Guess 705. Yeah, I'm on it, man. But we've got a lot of dissertations going on back and forth between the Democrats, who still may have Hillary run, and the Republicans. The retardicans. The retardicans and the Democrats. That's right. Slap that monkey. All right, well, let's calm down. We have a centrist pathway we can all walk. That's the beautiful thing about this America's Third Party is we're right in the middle of the political spectrum. I'm not going to freak out and think the CO2 levels force us to, abort babies left and right and have everyone dining on them. This isn't Soylent Green, although it is interesting how they're putting out meatless burgers with soy at this point. Yeah, it's not Soylent, it's soy. All right, so we've got new glasses I can put on to flex my show a little bit. These are the official Gucci's. There we go. Up and running. Fruit spray on. Let's talk about politics. What do you say? My tweets today were very prolific. I was working diligently. I can't see the screen now. It's fogging up. Oh, sorry. Yeah. We're just taking our pointers from others who do this for a living. So are we going to preach or what? Yeah, it's going forward. Okay. Got all these nice little things lined up here. So we just watched Judge Napolitano deliver a very powerful message suggesting that we do indeed need to move toward impeachment. And that's a Fox News guy. He's really good. He drew a strong case that Donald Trump had a little favor he wanted, but we didn't really know for sure what that favor is. If he can really pin that down, then they may have a case of impeachment. Was it to get dirt on Biden? If it was, then it could be an impeachment. Now, this is a sad day for this NOAA official, a drowning victim. Now, I'm asking the question, wasn't this NOAA official, the drowning victim, the guy that stood by the story that contradicted Trump's Alabama is in the path of the hurricane assertion? Now he is dead? Question mark? Seems odd. Doesn't that seem odd? He's a top NOAA executive. He was just out swimming and he drowned. Yeah, they're calling it riptides. Yeah, leading federal meteorologist drowns in rough North Carolina surf forecasters had warned about. It doesn't seem right, does it? There's something wrong about this top guy who probably was the guy contradicting Trump, but I don't know that for sure, you see? I'm just guessing. Just like Judge Napolitano is guessing that Donald Trump was asking him for a favor on dirt on Biden. He could have been asking him for a favor like, could you ship me some Ukrainian, I think they have those really great sardines, you know? It could have been, and I want you, we're going to get your $400 million, but I was just wondering, could you do me a favor? I'd like to get more sardines. I love those sardines off the coast near Crimea. Something like that. Well, okay. Caviar, whatever. I mean, I'm a sardine guy, okay? Or maybe he was looking for a Ukrainian girl. Maybe, could I get a favor? I've got Melania and I are going to a club and we'd like to meet. I'm going incognito. You know, something like that. But I don't think he's been to clubs ever since Studio 54. So I don't, you know, I've never even tasted caviar. And I'm a little bit concerned about eating it. Yeah. I'm watching chat 7358, or guest 358. I just don't see a damn thing coming out of chat over at iBlog. If you guys could be a little bit more prolific, I'd be looking at chat. It's kind of like the squeaky wheel gets the grease, you know? Yeah, I hear you. And same with you, Periscopers. Yeah, at least I've got views of the chat if you do want to chat with me and interact with what I'm saying. I was a big disco guy in the 70s, yeah. I had mastered the Saturday Night Fever move, and frankly, people said, "Are you John Travolta with blonde hair?" It's true. I know. People said, "Dave, you kind of look like John Travolta," and I know. I can see it's revolting to think that, you know, I'm not gay for one, and I don't think he wants anyone to believe he is. But yeah, at one time, I did look like him. There he is. Remember that story that came out about him and the massage guy? It only lasted about a half an hour. He had a massage with a guy who did a deposition, and the guy said that he was some sort of except for the dimple in my chin, yeah, he was some sort of a guy who was asking for oral sex. That's what the allegation was. And Travolta was insisting that you had to either suck the you-know-what of the rich Jewish elitists or you don't get successful in this world. Literally. If you don't suck them off, they don't make you success. That was freaky. When I heard that, I was like, you know, I think I've heard enough. And then the next day, the suit was gone. It was like 2010. You remember it, right? Travolta's Italian. Yeah, well, I didn't plan on looking Italian, you know. I could have had a black hair, you know. I've got this soprano thing going on. You know, I don't do sideburns anymore. Yeah, it's just bad. It's bad to feel that. I hate facial hair. Yeah. No, I would never do. I had sideburns for about 2 years in the show, and everyone said, "Hey, Dave, you're growing sideburns." And it was through a weird phase in my life. And I don't want to go back there. All right. Poor guy passed away. Another one bites the dust. Yay! And I did tweet this to Rudy. Yeah, Ukraine's former president Petro Poroshenko resolves accusations made by the Trump press conference. And Giuliani, and I said, I hashtag Giuliani so he got to see it, regarding Biden's activity as VP. And they have to dig deeper without violating U.S. law. Look here. And now they're talking about it. It's like, that's how fast. When I knew that Donald Trump was stealing my ideas, I knew that they were watching my show. And I was thinking, that's how reactive I was to the problems with his campaign. And frankly, he's done a very good job of defending himself, Donald has. I'm rather impressed. He's handled himself beautifully. You know, we have to think about this man is a survivor, and we're proud to have at least a man who can hold up to the stress of the Democrats wanting to just impeach him all the time. You got to admire the way he handles stress. I rarely compliment Donald, but he's doing very well with Saudi Arabia as well. We've got good gas prices. That's working for us. So, I mean, there's some positive points to talk about with Donald Trump. Really, I would only guess what Biden would do. He'd cave into the leftist Democrats who want to impale Saudi Arabia for allegedly killing Khashoggi. What, like we should throw all of our gas prices into turmoil with Saudi Arabia by declaring that somehow Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, is in some way related to the Khashoggi assassination? We don't even know if Khashoggi really was killed. And frankly, they never found his DNA. They never matched the DNA in that suitcase of that chopped body. We don't even know. So the Democrats would be running with that concept and costing us a tremendous amount at the gas pump, I think. So there's something really good to be said about Donald Trump, and let's not kid ourselves. Our stock market has been rather robust ever since he became president. So we've had the Trump factor. We're benefiting from the Trump branding. Today, the Dow Jones was up, and it landed up 122 points. Look at that. And it has a very positive note. Even though we've had 2 really bad days during this tough period of dealing with the impeachment hearing, we're going to have a few more rough days. But look at that upbeat day toward the end there. I caught it right around this point right here. And I checked in on it. Actually, I checked in on it right around here and then here. And look at it, it's gone on the way up tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. 26,201 stock market. Yeah. So positive things have a good resounding effect. I'm not here to talk about Khashoggi's burgers on the black market, Daryl. Yeah, but that's pretty sad. Yeah. The stock market only went up after they bailed out the crooked banks. That's true too, sir. Sir Farts-a-Lot made a good point. The Fed has been buying up. I'm feeling great. Thank you. The Fed has been buying up a lot of notes, money market notes, big, huge bonds that back the money markets. They're a little concerned about the money markets because there's $26 trillion, maybe $28 trillion now in the money markets. So far, Biden and Clinton have something in common. Clinton put together the plan to get rid of corruption in Ukraine, claiming there was a lot of problems post-Soviet Union, and we had to address that. And that's exactly what Biden went on when he said that he was willing to hold the $1 billion dollars away from them unless they fired this prosecutor, who, by the way, was not prosecuting Hunter. He wasn't prosecuting anybody. That's why Biden wanted to get rid of him. So Biden has a legitimate reason to do that, but there's a lot of dirt on Hunter, and obviously this story was so powerful, it got them thinking. Donald Trump went public with a story about the mobster Whitey Bulger's nephew being on board that plane and part of the China deal. And today, Donald Trump ran with the China deal and the whole act of Whitey Bulger's nephew being on the plane, and he just did it verbatim. What you see in that article is now part of their campaign to vilify Joe Biden. And I think that's the best policy that they could have to maintain a strong offense, because Biden has to be rolled over these coals in order to get the truth out of him. He's going to have to answer to not only touching young women indecently, which we've got many videotapes still to this day that we'll be dealing with. A lot of baggage there with that. But he's also got this other issue where he clearly has a... Excuse me, I was getting a thing about nepotism. His son really did get a job, and Donald really railed on that and did a very good job talking about how he's getting $50,000 a month, and he didn't deserve it. He didn't have any knowledge of oil or gas lines. And Biden is clearly guilty of giving his son a great job. So he's going to have to answer that too, the nepotism factor. Yeah, you're getting frozen over there whenever I knock off the internet. iVlog is bouncing me off for some reason. I am back on. We are also broadcasting over here, and we haven't had any new chatters over at our Cool Rock show, which is broadcasting still. Excellent. I don't have the link to the Cool Rock show, so it says I'm offline. Well, that's weird. It kicked me off. Let me go back off Twitch and go back on again. Okay, this should be good. Yeah, we're heading into DDoS land. All right. That's tricky, man. Yeah, 0 viewers. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, well, they're letting me in, but Mark is throttling my show on his end. It's on Mark's end. Okay, Donald Trump is certainly giving it a good fight, and he's certainly, defending himself very well.
Purchases and lots of different very exciting.
You'll notice both of these people, both the president of Finland and Donald Trump, are using the inverted pyramid sign, which is a sign of the Illuminati. Take a look at this. See the sign that they're using with their hands? Yeah, it's very interesting reading the body language of this particular scene here.
Events. So we'll have a long time together today. We'll then be having lunch. I think we're going to be seeing the media right afterwards and say a few words, but it's an honor, Mr. President, to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for our discussions.
Yes. See, he's a man of few words and he gets it done. That's what I like. That's what I like about him.
Yeah, so he said that the president from Finland is a man of few words, but he gets it done. Yeah, that's what he likes about him.
Anyway, okay, thank you all very much.
Sir, are you concerned that you are putting the whistleblower's life in danger?
Well, the whistleblower was very inaccurate. The whistleblower started this whole thing by writing a report on the conversation I had with the president of Ukraine. And the conversation was perfect. It couldn't have been nicer. I saw Rick Scott. I saw many of the senators talking about it, many of the congressmen talking about it. Not a thing wrong. Unless you heard the Adam Schiff version where he made up my conversation. He actually made it up. It should be criminal. It should be treasonous. He made it up, every word of it, made up, and read to Congress as though I said it. And I'll tell you what. He should be forced to resign from Congress. Adam Schiff, he's a lowlife. He should be forced to resign. He took a perfect conversation, realized he couldn't read it to Congress because it was perfect. It was a very nice conversation. I knew many people were on the phone. Not only were many people on the phone, we had stenographers on the phone taking it down word for word. He took that conversation, which was perfect. He said, I can't read this. So he made up a conversation and he reported it and said it to Congress and to the American people. And it was horrible what he said. And that was supposed to be coming from me. But it was all fabricated.
We need a little violin in the right now. I just don't have a violin on my list of instruments at Cool Rock. Yeah, I'm trying to... It was hurtful for Adam Schiff to decide to characterize what Donald Trump said instead of do it verbatim. But again, Donald Trump did hold back on that whistleblower comment, making it difficult. Now we found out that Adam Schiff was virtually the person that got the information right away before the whistleblower filed his whistleblower report. So there is suspicion there that this is all political by the Democrats getting dirt on Trump. That just took me over the edge. That's an AI system responding to my aggressive playing. And I've added a few links here that are pretty cool on the forefront of our Cool Rock community at coolrock.com. We've got the Foods Worldwide, one of my favorite links now. You go there, and if you want to get hungry, and I'm sorry some of you people don't have any food, but in the mood for let's see, Norwegian dishes. Let's take a look. That's my heritage, Norway. My father was from Norway, is his father. There's some lefse. Look at that. Beautiful potato with wheat lefse. Handmade by by women who absolutely know how to do this. You can't get it to look like that without really knowing what you're doing. I was told that making lefse is one of the hardest things in the world to learn. I never really learned how to make it. I just saw and tasted really good lefses. But that's just one way to look at, foods from all around the world. Lots of different buttons on there that are really good. If you've never been cruising the internet, you may want to just go to coolrock.com, and the best way to actually access the entire global net is to go to the button at the top right, and that would be right up here. Web Oasis. This button right there will take you to an amazing screen that virtually gives you a doorway into the internet. Every category, every single specialty, every area of chat, blog, research, web design, tutorials, you name it. And also a drop-down menu on the side, which will give you an arcade, which can take you to all these cool games. Isn't that great? And the Misanthropy gave us this link to play NES games, so I put that on CoolRock. You want to play games, they've got a lot more games here too, all pretty much free. Yeah, so it's all free and it's all fun, and CoolRock is kind of a fun place to just play. If you haven't been down to the VR section, it's down in here, and you can just click on any one of these croutons and experience some pretty amazing things. 3-dimensional video, audio, music. This is a musical instrument. You want to go into a psychedelic realm, you can do that too. Amazing stuff. Every time you click the mouse, something different happens. Isn't that cool? Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point here, but right next to the type button, there's a circle. And that circle will take you to all the coolest croutons out there of VR cloud-based systems, even ones you can design your own. This one, you can teach you how to make your own VR system. Anyway, that's what CoolRock offers, along with news down below, and just an interesting site to watch the show. And that's why I recommend it, and that's why I watch the show there every night. Okay. You made so much since Dave is back full-time. Mark pays so well. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take your chat and put that into the log. Because, yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Really, you made a mod in my YouTube channel? Tell me, how does that work? No, see, Add the One doesn't believe you. No. How are you a mod in my YouTube channel? Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about that guy, that young kid that made $14 million just acting like an idiot? Hey, take care, herpes free since 03. Good night. Stay herpes free tonight. And Dairy King says he needs a paycheck to get some bills paid at Mark. So now you guys want to make some of that money Mark's paying to censor our show? Wow. I'm beginning to find out I don't have as many supporters as I thought. I've got a lot of people who are really desperate for money. That's pretty funny. Okay. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something about that. No results. Amazing.
He should resign from office in disgrace. And frankly, they should look at him for treason, because he is making up the words of the President of the United States. Not only words, but the meaning. And it's a disgrace. It should not be allowed to happen.
Okay. Donald Trump made a good point there. We got a breaking story from Washington. Just came in from Yomani. 1 dead, 2 injured in a shooting at a senior living apartment building in Washington State. A man who lives in the building reportedly opened fire into the lobby before barricading himself in his apartment. This is going on almost just a few minutes ago.
We have the suspect in custody. He was taken into custody without incident. We are not releasing his information at this point in time.
Wow.
I can also confirm that we have 2 victims that were injured. One of the victims is deceased.
Everybody's friendly, so, we don't have problems here. We don't have any problems here. So this is just one of those rare incidents, so I think it's going to go back to normalcy after a while.
So you know the
Yeah. Nice guy. Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy. He just doesn't like to be harassed, and he was being harassed. Yeah, so I guess he just decided he didn't want to be harassed anymore. So.
Yeah, they call that murder. Wow. So the guy shot somebody allegedly because he didn't want to be harassed. Am I back in the lineup over at iVlog? You tell me. Thanks. God, it's just amazing, huh? So many people threatened by somebody and you use a gun and then automatically get charged with murder. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Free 42-foot fifth wheel. No kidding. Wow. If I had a truck with one of those fifth wheel things on it, I still wouldn't get it. Look at this. This is like a hazard zone. My God, it's got leaks all over the place. It's out near where I live, about 40 miles away. That is something else. Look at that. Hey, if you needed a home to stay in, that's not bad. They just want to get it out of there. Not bad. It's an oldie, man, but a goodie. It dates back to the 1980s, maybe 70s. I'm going to say 75. It doesn't even have a date on it. It has one side pop out though. That puts it around 80. U-Haul, come and look at it. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't want it though. Free roaches, yeah, and sewer smells. And I'm sure, Mr. White and his crew were working on meth at one point. Did I see the police drone in the video? I did not, no. Did you want me to go check out the drone? No, I missed it. Let's go back to the video and check to see if the police drone was happening. One moment, please. Operator standing by.
This was about 4 or 5 days ago, and we were sitting there, and he brought in a case, and he said it was a pool carrying case, pool stick carrying case or something, but and then start talking about this guy that was harassing him. So I kind of figured he had a gun.
Yeah, I probably thought he'd have a gun too. Let me take a look. The drone. Where's the drone? At the beginning.
I can also confirm that we have 2 victims that were in. Have the suspect in custody.
This is. I don't see it.
He was taken into custody without incident. We are not releasing his information at this point in time. I can also confirm that we have 2 victims that were injured. One of the victims is deceased.
Everybody's friendly, so, we don't have problems.
I don't see the drone, man. I don't. I see a man who looked like he was in a counter. He looks like he has a patch on his head or something. Banned video. I'm supposed to watch that? What makes you think I can watch that? Oh yeah, this is very interesting. Today I made a copy of this when Donald Jr. had his on a Twitter. I actually thanked Donald Jr. for posting it because they had banned this video. It's a video, and I'm not going to play it right now because they'll ban me on YouTube if I do. But it shows Joe Biden saying he never met with any gas employee from Ukraine with his son. And here's a picture and a Nickelback song playing in the background about the picture. A great famous song. I'm not going to play it for you, but they literally banned this on Twitter multiple times. They still keep banning it. And I tweeted that it definitely doesn't qualify as a banned video. It only 12 seconds is all that they had of that video. And clearly Yeah, it says clearly, but the case law supports the fair use of any song up to 15 seconds. And then I tweeted this, taking you all the way to Yoko Ono's copyright infringement case for the suit over Imagine, which was under 15 seconds. This was 12 seconds of the Nickelback song. There's no way they can ban it for copyright infringement under law. But they went ahead and did it anyway. At Twitter. It shows you they're completely controlled by who knows what, the Democrats. Because this is a very good point. I mean, I've been saying Trump has to take the assertion here that Biden is dirty, and they need to actually dig deeper into Biden's background, because there's so much there that hasn't been turned over. Now, that would also give Donald Trump and Giuliani a defense as to why they were seeking out to find out information about what Biden was doing back when he was vice president, but doesn't give them the right to go quid pro quo. If Donald did quid pro quo, and if the favor he asked was dirt on Biden, that is an impeachable offense. So that's the big question. But if Trump runs a very strong campaign against Biden, it'll be a good offense, and it'll definitely help him bolster his case. Biden looks like he's had his hands in the cookie jar too many times. Yeah. Now, I've talked about his history of lying. He's on record lying and having plagiarism in school. Yeah. But this is an old story. This is not like a big major deal. I mean, it was 5 pages of somebody else's work was put into a 15-page paper he put in law school. And he was called to task because of it. And the article is it's still there from 1987. He acknowledged he made a mistake in his youth. So this is not a big deal. This is no big deal. And then there's there's the other things, touching of kids and women and all that. But let's not drag them through that until we get the dirt on what's really happening. I'm putting a lot of people at ease with this story that came in. From a Professor Gus Burkott from the Netherlands. A Professor Reinhard Berger from French Canada, Terry Dunleavy, a lot of scientists and professors of climate and geothermal events that are going on in our world have written a letter to the Secretary General of the United Nations. And this states that they don't believe that we're facing imminent doom. They spell it out. There is no climate emergency. Natural as well as anthropogenic factors causing warming are occurring. And warming is far slower than predicted. That's true because we are entering an ice age. Climate policy relies on inadequate models. CO2 in plant food, the basis of all life on Earth, is not a pollutant. It's used by plants to, bring in and create oxygen. Global warming has not increased natural disasters. The statistical evidence that global warming is intensifying hurricanes, etc. There is no such statistical evidence to suggest that, they say. So scientists are going on claiming there's no climate change. It actually makes me feel better about Greta, Yes. Drone starts at 24 seconds. Okay, let's do it.
We have the suspect in custody. He was taken into custody without incident. We are not releasing his information at this point in time. I can also confirm that we have 2 victims that were injured. One of the victims is deceased.
Everybody's friendly, so, we don't have problems here. We don't have any problems here. So this is just one of those rare incidents, So I think it's going to go back to normalcy after a while.
All right. I saw the drone. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it was fantastic. We have a lot of people admiring my hair tonight. I see that. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to have good hair. Well, we've got a lot of troll activity going on here. It's weird. Yeah, I can't get over it. It's bizarre. We get these constant front forward freaks that are just losing their accounts left and right. I've had to deal with a lot of this for years. Thank you. All right, so we've got the drone in the picture. We've established that. We can move on. Yeah, I don't think we need to talk about some of these things. Okay, we've got some great technology to talk about tonight. France set to roll out nationwide facial recognition ID program. Yeah, like we really need this, you know? And of course, China's got theirs that was developed by Eric Schmidt, who's selling off some of the knowledge he has at Google. Where is it? When does this end? When every one of us has been bagged, tagged, and sent to the FEMA camps? How's Bernie doing? Is he feeling better? He had his stents installed, right? He's going to have 4 baby hearts to empower his shriveled body. Is he doing okay? Does anybody have the news? Because I don't get cable. The IRS whistleblower said to report Treasury political appointee might have tried to interfere in audit of Trump or Pence. Really? Okay. Yeah, when is it going to end? Facial recognition, that's clearly me. It looks just like me. Look, it's the same exact facial configuration as myself. I am clearly the most beatific possible image of humankind. See? I have the same features as this particular Android. An Internal Revenue Service official has filed a whistleblower complaint reporting that he was told at least one Treasury Department political appointee attempted to improperly interfere with the annual audit of the president or vice president's tax returns. Really? Do you think maybe Donald Trump made some calls and tried to affect how they were auditing him? Trump administration officials dismissed the whistleblower's complaint as flimsy because it's based on conversations with other government officials, but congressional Democrats were alarmed by the complaint now circulating on Capitol Hill and flagged in a federal court filing. Wow. That's amazing. I'm just so glad I can be here to share with my fellow viewers. Thank you for being here. The details. It's now a separate explosive whistleblower complaint. Yeah. Wait, is this another whistleblower complaint that Trump is pushing away? There's an escalating battle between Treasury Department and House Democrats over the release of Trump's tax returns. Part of the inquiry from Democrats is how the IRS conducts its annual audit of the president and vice president. The process is supposed to be walled off from political appointees and interference. That was the focus of the whistleblower complaint, whose existence was revealed in a court filing several months ago, though little about it has become public. Wow. Isn't that amazing? The whistleblower account focuses on the integrity of the government system for auditing the president's and vice president's tax returns. Wow. And the complaint has received hardly any attention from the intelligence community. Wow. While that story unfolds, the other whistleblower complaint was held in abeyance too. So it seems like Donald Trump is engaged in obstruction of justice. Yeah, that's pretty much a given. I've been saying that for 6-7 months before the election. He would be doing this? Yeah. You have a whistle to blow? AOC instigated baby eating. She's a threat to national security. I agree. If AOC is suggesting that women should eat their babies to get rid of greenhouse gas, that is actually inciting murder. Yeah, that's a crime. I see your point, Final Dream. No, we have the Larry Sinclair video queued up in another room. Would you like to see my other room? Ta-da, da-da-da-da, da-da. What do you think? Impressive, huh? Yes, we've got the whole cast of characters. Donald Young, the man who died having sex with Barack Obama. His mother, who was the bookkeeper in Chicago PD, who said mom fears son was slain to protect secrets of pal who became president. We've got Larry Sinclair on tap.
Good or it's bad. I am saying from the day that it was done and the day after, once I returned home, I was asked questions about the procedure and the process. And
we've got a background music. And we've got, I guess the only thing we're missing is me. I'm there. Hey, I'm back. Yeah. We have Larry Sinclair on tap.
Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois, where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me.
We have things now you can talk about. We've got the room set up for all of you to enjoy. Isn't this exciting? We've got stuff on Pizzagate in this room. Hillary's Haitian Pizza Parlor. Bring your kids. We can talk about that. We got all kinds of things. We've got the Epstein picture that doesn't match the autopsy. The nose doesn't match. That's very interesting. We've got Prince Andrew, the day that Epstein died, gleefully running away with his mother, just excited and so happy the story is no longer a problem for him. Yeah, we've got it all here. It's wrong. You can't possibly suggest cannibalism. That's illegal. Boy, Ocasio could serve some time for that. Definitely. We got a lot of stories that we can bring up here. It doesn't seem to, stop there. But Larry Sinclair is just one of the many stories we have in this room ready for you, ready for action, Jackson. Okay, Giuliani has been mocked in an anonymous New York City subway. Need a lawyer? Call Crazy Rudy. Making fun of a guy who's out there delivering a solid message, defending the president, I don't know.
A satirical advertisement that says, quote, "Need a lawyer? Call Crazy Rudy," has been spotted on a New York City subway train. The ad takes direct aim at President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and includes an image of the former New York mayor with a wide-eyed expression. The satirical advertisement was first spotted on one of the city's subway trains Tuesday afternoon, according to the New York Daily News. A photo of the blue banner shows Giuliani alongside a list of legal services.
I'm sorry, but this is slanderous and libelous to the great Giuliani, the man who couldn't even get air masks to the people that needed them in 9/11. I don't want to in any way engage in slander or libel, because I don't believe that you should say things like that about a man who's clearly not crazy. Rudy's okay, but a chump. Yeah. Misanthropy, don't trigger Oma. Thank you. Don't ever suggest that. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of anybody. Derry, stop picking on Oma. Thank you. A new video shows Hong Kong police shooting an 18-year-old protester. Starts at 1:20. We saw this last night. This is the same CGI development. Let's take a look. Yeah, they worked hard on this in the film.
The footage of a Hong Kong police officer shooting an 18-year-old protester in the chest made international headlines. This marked a major escalation. It was the first known instance of live ammunition being used on protesters since the protests began in June. A spokesperson for the police said the officer was justified. he had feared for his life. But
hold that thought. Okay, thank you. I just had to get in the mood for more of the police state here. Yeah, let me get my titles from the other room. We've had a few attacks from various nonsensical idiots. I had to attack earlier a DDoS attack at iVlog. So if you guys are having problems with the iVlog show, we will be available. Just tell me, and I'll refresh, because we were having problems earlier. Yeah, call this like not like Mayberry RFD, you know, with Andy Griffith. Many of you are old enough to remember that show. This is more of Mayberry RFID, where we talk about dangerous brain chips going in our heads and the effect it'll have on all of us. Yeah. And the effect of radio frequencies on our bodies from the 4G and the 5G network. Let's not dispute the fact that brain cancer is the #1 killer of children now. It used to be leukemia, that they got ahead of that. Now brain cancer is the #1 child killer. And I got to tell you, folks, if you use a cell phone and you're holding it next to your head, you could be in danger. Yeah. You better hold it away from your head. It's a lot better if you do. Yeah, sorry to say. I know that's difficult. Another background picture to put behind this one. Let's see if I can pull something up. Yeah, I do a little bit of work during the show, so. Don't really have anything handy. Okay. There's a Tesla coil. Yeah. That's been seen out there in the middle of Texas. Nobody knows what it's doing out there. Strange, huh? Yeah, why would they have a Tesla coil out there in the middle of Texas? You use speakerphone only? That's good, Daryl. And if your kids are using the cell phone before they go to bed, it will affect their REM cycle. They won't get proper sleep. Okay, we got news right now. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for some great links. Perfect timing. You know the show real well. You've been doing this long enough. Thank you. Bernie Sanders, 78, is still in the hospital and canceling events after having 2 stents inserted in a blocked artery, but his wife insists he'll be out debating October 15th. Great. Outstanding. That's awesome. I can't wait. It usually takes 6 weeks. He's pushing it to get out there in 14 days. So, good luck. I hope that works out for him. He's still in the hospital, though. Yeah, he's going to be in the hospital for at least 2 days, 3 days maybe. They'll let him out on his own recognizance. Assuming he doesn't go mooching out of everyone's refrigerator and eating more lox and bagels and big turkey-based wieners, because he is Jewish, right? Yeah, those turkey wieners, I use them sparingly. I put them in my lasagna tonight. But if you live heavily on mooch food that you mooch out of refrigerators like he used to do, it can affect your heart. Yeah, I mean, he was known as Mooching Bernie in the Vermont area. They wrote about him, seriously. He's outed, yeah. He used to, it was better. No, it was a Tex-Mex lasagna, Dairy King. He actually went to great lengths to get into people's refrigerators to get food during the 1970s. He never worked until he was 45 years old, you know. He was just kind of like a malingerer. He went over to people's houses and people were pissed. They wrote about him in local newspapers. This is like, he's taken all my sandwich material. Well, now he's paying the price with heart disease. Video captures moment Taiwan Nanfang Bridge collapsed into harbor. Oh, very bad. Nanfang collapsing. Let's take a look. Here's the Nanfang Bridge.
Caught on camera, a catastrophic collapse in northeast Taiwan.
Whoa.
A towering bridge plunging into a bay, crushing fishing boats below. An oil tanker plummeting backwards into the water. Miraculously, the driver survived.
Whoa.
3 fishing boats were smashed by tons of concrete. 10 people rescued, several badly injured. But 6 fishermen are missing.
Whoa.
Divers searching the debris for signs of life in oily waters. The 20-year-old bridge snapped cleanly at each end. Why isn't known. But yesterday the port was hit by typhoon winds of 100 miles an hour. A tragedy for a small fishing village where now as day breaks, the grim search resumes. Bill Neely, NBC News.
Hey, are you worried about technologies like drones? I'm going to show you something that'll freak you out.
Customer pilots directed almost 3,000 precision strikes last year. We're super proud of it. It allows you to separate the bad guys from the good. It's a big deal. But we have something much bigger. Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No. That skill is all AI. It's flying itself. Its processor can react 100 times faster than a human. The stochastic motion is an anti-sniper feature. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors, and just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This is how it works.
Target neutralized. This is what we're dealing with. This technology is very real. We're not in any way going to be able to solve problems in our country once this technology proliferates. You can only imagine how messed up this is. Yeah. We're watching the chat here. We've got a few people very upset. One person said, I've seen this over and over again, Dave. You keep doing this, man. Well, watch it again. Deal with it, man. Yeah, they were that large about 3 decades ago, folks. So they're making these weaponized. They could easily mass produce these things and have like an entire cache of weaponized drones flying around in some host vehicle like a Trojan horse. You can imagine how that would play out in the blimp plane. Yeah. The blimp plane opens up and all these Trojan drones fly out. That would be scary. They are mass producing them. Final Dream has a link. Thanks for getting me that so fast.
4, 3. Mark release.
Roger, delineate. It's a go. Ready for release. The vehicles deployed from 3 FA-18s are now being dispersed and tracked. These drones are able to fly independent of each other. Yeah, look at that. And they're able to go in unison in one direction or another. Isn't that amazing? Making a full circle. Wow. I'll add this to the link library tonight. Yeah, there they are landing. Earth to drone. Earth to drone. Anyway, to make a long story short, if we don't do something to create a democracy, to lead the use of artificial vehicles, unmanned vehicles, weaponized drones, we will default to letting these things stay in the hands of people that run our two parties, which clearly are falling into the hands of global elitists who want to get rid of people. So we're all potentially victims of a drone attack, just so you know. Just thought you'd think about that. They are mass producing these things. Thanks for that link, Final Dream. Yes, insertion of mesh tubes, stents to prop open a full or blocked artery, allow easier blood flow, is not a big deal, mechanically speaking, said Valentin Fuster, director of the Mount Sinai Heart Center in Manhattan, adding that in general patients do very well. Yeah, and like I said earlier last night, my father had the 200th stent. He was one of the first early guys in the early days, 200 in the lineup. And it was they told him, you're the 200th patients that actually had this. Yeah, the jets hurt my ears, yeah, no question about it. Well, AI doesn't have to take over. If we build this political movement to take the reins of our technology as a country, we can lead and dominate as a nation. Democracy can prevail in this republic. Democracy and republic are not mutually exclusive ideas. They can coexist. Yeah, my father did very well. His heart never had a problem afterward. He didn't die of heart problems. He died of prostate-related cancer. And pneumonia was the cause of death. Yeah, will his campaign recover after his heart surgery? A lot of questions are still permeating among the people. The fact that a 78-year-old is running, is hospitalized with chest pain, it leaves two uncertain prognoses, one medical, the other political. The medical one is far simpler. The questions about why the blockage occurred in the first place, what are his risks, was he high in cholesterol, does he have high blood pressure, these kinds of things. And then, thank you. Yeah, and just chest discomfort, and but his message rings on with a lot of liberals who believe that, big Wall Street has to pay the penalty for what they've done to our economy. And I actually share that concern. I just didn't agree with Bernie Sanders that Jeff Bezos should be charged $9 billion a year in taxes. It's not fair. I would see a normal 34% on his taxes would be great, but Jeff Bezos isn't paying any taxes. And I argue that Bernie hasn't been very effective in doing anything really substantive in his own state of Vermont, especially toward breaking the back of big business. In fact, he and his wife have more of a history of courting big business. So it's like, yeah, sure. Either you live it or you're not really a socialist. Your dad had quadruple open heart surgery. He developed lung cancer, which killed him. But your dad's heart was fine. Other than that, yeah, I see your point, True Blue.
Any of those guys, let's take them out. Well, my friend, that is what.
Okay, we're about to look at the Quadrator, a prototype quadrotor with machine gun. Let's take a look. This is a very dangerous tactical weapon. Drones are weaponized. Technology is growing very fast.
Russia again, and I've got something very, very special for you guys today. This, my friends, is a prototype quadrotor. Now, it may look like something you've seen before, but believe me, the technology in this baby isn't going to be out there for at least another decade. It doesn't even have a technical name yet, so for now, we're just going to call it Charlene. Doing some pretty sophisticated maneuvers. Looks like we've got some lost and confused visitors over there. Let's take a closer look. No, I don't think I recognize any of those guys. Let's take them out.
very accurate, but you notice it leaves transgender mannequin standing completely still, completely unpenetrated by any type of lead blood bullet or anything. Amazing how capable transgenders are in the military battlefield. Okay, let's get back to this story too. A woman who's vocal, very vocal. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, I had a few problems with images popping up on my screen. Here she is.
Critics said that the police officer should have used non-lethal force to de-escalate the situation. We're going back to October 1st in Hong Kong. The city is engulfed in its most violent and chaotic day of protest it has seen so far. Protesters fought with police in several parts of Hong Kong. We are taking a closer look at what happened in Howday Square on that day. Here's the 18-year-old protester, Zhang Chi-keen, on a street near the square. It's around 4 p.m. local time. Moments after this photo was taken, we see him again. Here he is, running with a group of protesters armed with metal rods. They're chasing the police officer to the square. The police officer falls to the ground. Several different cameras captured the moment of the shooting, but we found new footage that helped us better understand exactly what happened. I want to warn you that this may be disturbing to some. We've slowed it down. Here's the shot. He falls to the floor and trips over that police officer who was on the ground. Another protester rushes to help him, but he is tackled to the ground by the police officer who fired the shot. The police officer has the protester pinned to the ground. He keeps his weapon drawn out towards the square. 6 other police officers stand around and watch for potential attacks. The officer who fired the shot puts his weapon away. A man off camera yells, "Help him! He is wounded! He's been hit!" He's bleeding, says the man holding the phone. From our analysis of the video, it took about 3 minutes before an official checked on him. We have yet to hear anything from Hong Kong's leader, but foreign governments have called for de-escalation in the territory. But according to the online conversations we've seen, protesters do not plan on stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I didn't see any blood at all. And she said he's bleeding. I'm looking at, do you see any blood? I don't see any blood at all from any angle. You know, this is a very good example of how a false flag can be created, pushing the envelope of physical violence to that extreme. Yeah. Did you see blood, really? I didn't see any. But either way, we don't want ballistic use of guns in close quarters, and that obviously, if we don't make a stand against human rights abuses in Hong Kong, we're foolish. That's why I suggest we tie the trade talks. Oh my gosh, thank you, Kevin. We need to tie the trade talks with China to human rights abuses. If Donald, if you're listening, I think you should add a few caveats to the discussion about trade. You might as well just add a little bit of that, at least to get a handle on organ donations are the big thing, and obviously what's going on in Hong Kong. So we just heard from Kevin that Epstein prison guards, one died in a car accident and the other retired. I did not know. That's suspicious. When Epstein's prison guard dies in a car accident and the other one moved to Thailand, Okay, find the source, Kevin. I didn't see what you previously wrote other than you heard about the Epstein prison guards. That's what we heard, yeah. If you've got it, send the link. Thanks, Kevin. Periscope, somebody over there that has a link about the prison guard dying and one moving to Thailand. Talk about a cover-up. Yeah, the Epstein story is not going away anytime soon. Like I said earlier, we're looking here at the physical differences between the decedent farthest away, dead, and alive. The nose is different. The ear is different. The cheekbone is different. It's different. That's as simple as that. Yeah, we could easily go into detail coming up on our Monday show, but since we're so close to Friday, we could talk about it tomorrow. Here's a clip of something they found in 2007 on Epstein's video cameras. A log. He had an underground room video surveyed, and out of that we've been able to pull up just a very dark image here of what appears to be right there. Women or girls hovering over 5-gallon buckets. That's what it looks like. I don't know if they're clothed or not. I can't tell. It's just so dithered and blurred, but he has a dungeon at Epstein Island, folks. The government hasn't even bothered to get concrete digging machines and skip loaders and cadaver dogs. There's got to be something there, and I'll bet you I would be willing to bet you he's at that island right now, alive. Truly. He's getting total cover from the FBI and the CIA and every other agency. Yeah, there are drones all around. We know that. iPhone user sues Apple after claiming device turned him gay. Okay, this is a case of technology gone wild. Let's be clear. Links or it didn't happen, right? Yeah, David, do you see what I saw? Yeah, I heard about it, but I need the link, Kevin. Breaking news. I'll look for it if you don't have it. iPhone users sue Apple after claiming device turned him gay. Jeez. iPhone user is suing Apple. Plaintiff identified only as D. Razumilov argued he became mired in same-sex relationships this summer after getting involved in a cryptocurrency app. He's seeking 1 million rubles in damages, the Moscow Times reported. Razumilov says he received 69 gay coins on a cryptocurrency payment app and downloaded onto his iPhone in 2017. The unknown sender of the coins reportedly wrote a message in English for Razumilov, which he interpreted as "Don't judge without trying." So he said in his complaint he thought, indeed, how can I judge something without trying? So he tried it and he became gay. A Russian man is suing Apple for claiming his iPhone turned him gay. Hello. Yeah, I think this is a little bit over the top, but thanks. That was fun. I didn't turn gay. I've never been gay in my life. I've always been attracted to women. I can remember when I was 7 years old drawing pictures of naked women. Yeah. I didn't know what they looked like. So I started drawing pictures. And let me show you. It's like, here's... Can I move Tesla coil here? No, I'll leave it up there. So I would draw kind of a stick figure. Let me see if I can get the right... Yeah. I had the legs down and the body, and then when I got to the breast area, I would draw these big breasts, and then a nasty picture, and then yeah, and you know, my mother caught me doing that. Yeah, I'm being featured. Hey everyone, welcome. Yeah, I was caught drawing a picture of a naked woman when I was 7 years old. And she said, David, it's perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal for your curiosity. It's perfectly normal. It's scientifically accurate what you're doing. Banksy painting of British politicians as chimpanzees sells for a record 12 million. Really? They used to paint politicians as dogs in a dog parlor. Now they're chimpanzees, and it's selling.
Work by the street artist known as Banksy sold at auction the other day for well over $1 million. Then something happened that was, well, surreal. Here's Sunday Morning's Lee Cowan.
Paintings that sell for $1.4 million don't generally make news at Sotheby's. But when the gavel fell on the girl with the balloon, this Chardonnay sipping affair became a piece of pop culture. A remote-controlled shredder hidden in the painting's frame began chewing its way through the canvas, a shock to everyone, including its new unnamed owner.
Street art has a short lifespan.
It's the painter himself taking credit. The elusive Banksy, who posted an Instagram video that he says shows him secretly installing the teeth into the frame. Why? Performance art, says art critic Jerry Saltz.
I don't know if it's a message so much as him saying, enough. You know, you put your hammer down on my work, I'm putting my hammer down on your work.
Gee, could I get some lubrication? Yes, so that was not the story. That was one of those teaser stories. But the picture of monkeys in a political environment has drawn $12 million. $12.2 million, isn't that something? I wouldn't mind having just a print of that. That's hilarious. Remnants of Planet of the Apes, yeah. The previous record for the artist was 1.87 million, so he's really eclipsed his previous record with 12.2 million for those monkey art. You are being featured. Da 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 da. Yeah. Okay, we talked about gayness, shooting in Hong Kong, the facial recognition systems that they have for people in China. We did that story. We did Judge Napolitano's appeal for impeachment, which is very interesting considering he's Donald Trump's best friend, or was for a long time, but now he doesn't seem to like Donald Trump. Not very happy, no. So, you're done with your painting section there. Oh my gosh. We talked about Imagine. Yoko Ono lost that copyright suit with a 15-second video or image of Imagine the song playing on a Christian video. And that means that there's no reason and no precedent for that recent Nickelback song that Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. posted, with revealing Biden with a Ukrainian gas executive and his son Hunter, and him saying that he'd never ever met publicly with the gas executive. Sarah, you look pretty tired. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes here, and then you're off to bed. Did you ever get any sleep? No? Well, you better hit the hay. Did you have some dinner? Okay.
Yeah, no nap. I had too much stuff to do. I have had a hard day. It just hurts when I move forward and back. Anyway, it's just one of those. I will go to bed when he comes back. I ended up thinking, oh well, I have to finish making up a test for tomorrow, which I did, which wasn't too hard. And then I was trying to get rid of some spelling games that I don't want the kids to play. And that one was I couldn't do what I wanted to do. Kind of makes me upset that I bought into this spelling program. Well, I was working in the garden too, Misanthropy, not today, but yesterday. That was what took up a bunch of my time. Then I'm wanting to go to a conference, so that's going to take up some time. But I usually like conferences. But it's not, I don't know. I think it's just, I think it'll be better when October's over. I don't want to think about that space shuttle. Not that I'm aware of, 615. Not that I'm aware of. Okay. I hope not, Misanthropy, but I'm trying to cut back, but that doesn't, I used to work even just as hard. Well, today was a pretty hard day, long day. We had our walkathon, so. Thank you. Well, okay. The best time might be I want to say Monday, but that's not necessarily true. Because the conference I'm going to is a little bit on Saturday and Sunday, but anyway, now my eyebrows got that permanent thing where it's lifted. Because that's my look like, what? I'm just kidding. Sometimes I look at kids and I was like, I could see how you're solving this math problem. Some of you are like, and some of you are like, Greta does that with her eyebrows. What? Oh, what is it? You should be ashamed. Right. What's her thing? What's Greta's deal is like, how dare you?
How dare you? All right, we're back up and running. Okay, thank you very much. So. Okay, so yeah, you're ready for sleep.
Like right there.
Thanks for coming in.
Back.
She came in just in the nick of time. I had to take a bathroom break, and now I can come back with more nonstop chat.
Yay.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it amazing?
Yay.
I got one more follower on Twitter. Amazing. I know Rudy Giuliani's following me now. That's great.
That's funny.
I gave him a tip on how to take on Biden. I just hope it's a good fight, you know? I did. I washed my hands, hermetically sealed. I'm here, yes. So we have breaking news that happened. One of the guys that was a prison guard at the Epstein's prison at Metropolitan Correctional Center ended up dying. And another one just took off to Thailand and retired. So very suspicious activity going on. Muslim migrant slaughters family. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say about that. A double honor killing. Okay. There was a police officer in Texas. He was a Sikh, one of the few Sikh police officers with his headband on. He ended up getting shot yesterday. The first Sikh police officer in history.
Wow.
He was a cop in the force in Houston, I think, for 10 years. Good night. Sleep well.
Good night.
Get some rest. You need it. All right. I like this background that Sarah picked out for us. Misanthropy gave it to her, and she likes it. Yesterday, a few days ago. Yeah. It seems like news is flying so fast that it seems like yesterday when it was only a few hours ago. Yeah. This was a double honor killing, Muslim migrant family slaughtered. Okay. Let's play the story, I guess, for lack of a better thing to do. Yeah, I know. Here we go. One of the honor killings is not fun, and the Sharia law is invoked. The third victim, a 21-year-old, was found still breathing in his bedroom. Police found 47-year-old Nargis Zaman on the living room floor with severe head and facial trauma. The body of a second victim, 18-year-old Hamad Zaman, located upstairs with severe head and facial trauma. Third victim, 21-year-old, found still breathing. He was transferred to the Bay Area hospital and his condition is unknown at the time. At one point, Sahai became emotional as his interpreter spoke for him, saying to the judge, "Yes, that's fine. I did it." He says, "I mean, whatever you're charging me is correct." He admitted that he was charged. Wonder why they are distracting me from? I don't know. Are you being distracted? Well, thanks for that link, I guess, about the terrible Sharia killing. But could we move on? Yeah, it happens.
Welcome to Hannity. We have big break.
Okay, I want to take, I normally don't listen to Hannity, but I kind of want to take his position tonight just to see where he's coming from, because he is so pro-Trump on every single thing, and now Napolitano is saying that they should pursue an impeachment.
Key news tonight on multiple fronts. A former top prosecutor from Ukraine has now implicated, yes, sleepy, creepy, crazy Uncle Joe, in what is a very serious crime. We have brand new evidence, including a signed affidavit signed under the threat of perjury, the real charge of perjury, if in fact he lied. Rudy Giuliani's comprehensive timeline coming up tonight, and it is very revealing. Also, this important news and information will prove that the media mob has been and continues to be covering for Joe Biden and his son. Also, the fraudulent Pelosi Schiff impeachment circus is getting off to a horrific start. Their first star witness just literally shot down and deflated all of the left's anti-Trump impeachment fantasies. And by the way, the cowardly Adam Schiff has been caught in yet another disgusting lie. There are now growing calls for the liar-in-chief, the cowardly Shifty Schiff, to be kicked off his committee. Also, now, buckle up, there's going to be a brand new deep state leak. This is a warning, pretty much a minute by minute. A new whistleblower every second. Because they think, oh, we got traction here. What's China, CNN, Russia? Moments ago, fake news CNN reporting about another leak from another phone call with another world leader, this time the president of China. The corrupt media is now trying to flood the zone with anti-Trump speculation, especially since Ukraine is blowing up in their faces and again backfiring. Now, the president said this to China, was going to say this to Russia, this to the Saudis. They're going to now demand every transcript ever of every conversation our president has as commander-in-chief with the foreign leader. All right, well, let's play this game. I would like the release of every Biden-Ukraine phone call transcript. And by the way, while we're at it, I would like every Obama-Iran, Mullah, Rouhani transcript. I like the Obama-Putin transcripts. What is the flexibility that he showed after his re-election? You get the point. It's all a fishing expedition. You know, first we have to pass health care to see what's in it. Well, impeach Donald Trump and then manufacture a reason later. We'll have more on this in a moment. But first, we do start with the rampant dishonesty in the Democratic Party and their close friends, allies tied at the hip, the media mob.
Wow, this guy's got his little rhetoric down, doesn't he? He's just constantly calling people names. The sign of an uneducated person. Yeah, I wonder where he went to school.
Government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hey, we've got a video coming up tonight. 2 hours. We'll play portions of it from Blaze TV called Ukraine, the Democrats' Russia. Yeah. It should reveal the facts the media refused to share and break down the entire Ukraine timeline on the chalkboard. Yeah, and we've been talking about how the Clintons have had, efforts to stop corruption in Ukraine. That's what Biden was doing when he said that they would withhold $1 billion. It wasn't to stop a prosecution of his son, Hunter. That's just a fallacious interpretation by the Republicans or the retardicans, led by Sean Hannity, the chief retardican. Who said a thing that made sense? Certainly not me. I never make sense to you, misanthropy. Yeah, I'm speaking on a metacognitive level. You have to dig deep to understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I heard about the Putin joke, meta-nemesis, but I don't know if Putin actually said this. This looks altered.
Russia, as Robert Mueller alleged, attempting to influence the 2020 elections in the United States?
I'll tell you in a secret. Yes, we will definitely intervene. It's a secret, so that everybody can laugh, and so we'll go big. But don't tell anyone, please.
Really? Well, if that really is Putin's cavalier attitude toward this, along with threatening our nation with missiles that can go 27 times the speed of sound, he's on a very vicious slope toward being disliked by the world at large, because once a good, honest person like myself were to lead a plan toward demilitarization, denuclearization, nuclear non-proliferation, it would leave him sitting there holding the bag going, how do I redirect my anger? He won't have an answer. He's been threatening our country so long that any nice person could come in and out-nice him. And he's going to end up losing a lot of his support politically, because he doesn't seem to want to work toward peace. He seems to be working toward manipulation of our economy. And let's not forget that Russia's small economy, about the size of Texas, wants to be a big player and is using their power, secretly working on the underside of governments like China and the US to undermine our relations. And for all we know, the trade war with China could be a Donald Trump directive. We don't know. He could have gotten a call from Putin saying, I want you to create a trade war with China. Who knows? We don't know how deep Putin has his tongs in Donald Trump. Yeah, don't count your chickens before they've hatched. Donald Trump is very likely going to have to resign soon, unless he can develop a strong enough defense against the impeachment that's impending. Yeah, I want him to put up a strong defense, but if he can't get any real dirt on Putin in the next 2 or 3 weeks, the impeachment gavel will go right straight down, whether he likes it or not. Now, he's making some bold moves right now. He's put together a quorum requirement. In order for him to release records, he has to have a quorum declared in Congress to want to do this impeachment, to want to fulfill this. So Nancy Pelosi may put it up for a call among all the House Democrats and Republicans. If they don't have a majority, they might not even move toward impeachment. So Donald Trump did a very bold move today, suggesting that that's a requirement. We don't know if he's done it yet, but that's what they say he's going to do. Yeah. And this story that I talked about earlier, Hong Kong is thinking of banning face masks by invoking a colonial-era emergency power. I mean, people need to breathe, and it is definitely coming down the pipe that breathing is necessary. But in Hong Kong, they don't want to have their faces hidden. The Beijing government doesn't want their faces hidden because they want to log everybody's social credit scores. And unfortunately, face mask deletes the ability to actually get a facial recognition system going. So when they're polluting their people so bad they have to wear air masks, or they're putting tear gas out there, they have to wear air masks. Now they want people to go into crowds without an air mask so that they can tear gas them and get their face. I mean, is that not the most ridiculous thing ever? You know, we could remold the entire nation by building a centrist government. I don't think that we'd have a problem getting enough people to agree on certain key things. Nobody wants their tax dollars raped every single year. So the Democrats are going to lose votes because of that fact. And nobody wants the government to give tax breaks to the rich like the Republicans have given over $5 trillion in tax breaks over 10 years. That's not good either. So there's clearly a centrist pathway where we don't give tax breaks to the rich and we don't tax the American people and waste their money either. There's a pathway here. Well, I suppose, yeah, but you can also, there's also a olfactory recognition. You can determine who a person is by how they smell. Animals do it all the time. Yeah. The technology of olfactometers has been developed for years now and is fully capable of vetting out a person's smell. So basically, you smell like crap, so you would be known as crap. Hey, we have some serious discussion to talk about here. Hang on, let me put on a new face. I'm going as Ocasio-Cortez for Halloween, so I hope everybody likes it. I just think that if we ate the children, no, I mean that's serious. When she said that there's been a big meeting, you know. People want to talk about, yeah. I'll give you the close-up. This went down at a Ocasio meeting today. I played it earlier. A woman got up and said that we needed to eat the babies in order to stop greenhouse gases or something. To cut the CO2 level. I mean, it's crazy.
But we're not going to be here for much long because of the climate crisis. We only have a few months left. I love that you support the Green Deal, but it's not getting rid of fossil fuel. It's not going to solve the problem fast enough. A Swedish professor saying that we can eat dead people, but that's not fast enough. So I think your next campaign slogan has to be this: we got to start eating babies. We don't have enough time. There's too much CO2. All of you, you're a pollutant. Too much CO2. We have to start now, please. You are so great. I'm so happy that you're really supporting the Green Deal, but it's not enough. You know, even if we would bomb Russia, we still have too many people, too much pollution. So we have to get rid of the babies. That's a big problem. Just stopping having babies is not enough. We need to eat the babies, and this is very serious. Please give a response.
Thank you. We'll go ahead.
Okay.
No, we'll go ahead. It's so no. Yeah, no. Thank you. So I think so one of the things that's very important to us is that we need to treat the climate crisis with the urgency that it does present. Luckily, we have more than a few months. We do need to hit net zero in several years. But I think we all need to understand that there are a lot of solutions that we have and that we can pursue, and that if we act in a positive way, there's space for hope. We are never beyond hope.
Well, wait a second. You just had a woman say you should eat babies, and you didn't condemn that idea? So she's on record not condemning the idea of eating babies. Okay, and now I'm beginning to see this is like Trump allowing Nazis to go goose step around Charlottesville to Virginia. This is epic. She lost her breath, I know. So she tacitly agreed that we need to eat babies. My goodness. What is wrong with this woman? Okay. I don't want to repeat what you're saying because I don't want to delve into the mind of a person having sexual fantasies in our show. Ivan, there's no need to get angry. Just because Ocasio is, enough to trigger your anger doesn't mean you have to get angry at me, okay, Ivan? Yeah, you're just overreacting. Nothing to worry about. I'm ready for Halloween. Oh, sorry. If she condemns it, she legitimizes it. You mean if she condones it, she legitimizes it? She didn't condemn it, and she doesn't. By not condemning it, she legitimizes it. How can you say if she condemns it, she legitimizes it? How does a person condemning something like "Don't murder the babies, ma'am," "Don't eat the babies"? How does that in some way legitimizing what the woman said? Explain that to me. I'm curious. Call me old-fashioned, but it seems like the opposite of what you just said. She would have kicked the lady out and said, "Ma'am, you're crazy." It was serious. It needed to be condemned. Not that we're running out of time, but not to eat the babies, ma'am. That woman could go out and commit a heinous act, and the government could blame it on Ocasio for tacitly allowing it. Gosh. Everyone was a former baby. Care to comment? Yeah. I'm here protecting baby rights all the time. I'm worried about Planned Parenthood selling baby body parts. I am. Okay, we're going to take a look at that. Kevin, you didn't get a link to that, so I'm going to go ahead and do the link thing myself. Do the linking. Do the linking. I'm checking myself. Two twin sons of different mothers? No. Okay, hang on. We're getting there. I don't have the one dead, just two on leave. That's all we have right now. I think you misread the story. 2 guards suspended and warden removed over death of Jeffrey Epstein, which I don't believe happened. Yeah, I don't see any story that follows up on what you're saying, man. Try to get a link. Thank you. We're all former babies, so we all have expertise in the matter of being a fetus. Okay? Would anyone of you like to testify on your feelings as a fetus when you were a baby? Hey, press 1 if you've had prenatal memories. Press 1. Before you were born. Fetal memories. Anybody? Am I the only person who has prenatal memories? Have you? Really? Cool. I'm not the only person. Happy Hours had prenatal memories. No, it's not like that, wonderful. That woman was completely insane. She needed to be condemned for wanting to eat the babies. We have another visitation from hell all day. She's in the chat room, putting up some pictures. What is this Arrested Development show you keep talking about? It's a show on Netflix. It was originally one of the funniest shows out there. It's the same actor who's in Ozark is in this one, is in that. Well, the one, my memory, my prenatal memory, or memories, if you will, really involve sounds, really. Sounds. I think we all listen to the bodies around us. Men have a deeper voice. Women have a higher voice. We tune into our mother's voice because she's got a higher voice, but when we're in the womb, we're hearing men too. And one of my prenatal memories was of a weird experience. I can't even describe it. But I felt a kind of a knowledge, a vibe of some sort, like a warning. And it was a kind of warning that was foreboding. And I was born with knowledge. That's what's kind of strange. I was born with awareness that I can't even put into, well, I can put into words now, but this man right here, Robert Oppenheimer, absolutely walked up to my mother and touched her belly, put his hand right on my mother's belly. And as I look back on my prenatal period, it was right around that time, about 7 months into the pregnancy, that he did this. My mother worked for the space program, developing the blueprints for the Gemini and the Saturn and the Apollo spacecrafts. And she was around nuclear scientists like Robert Oppenheimer. And he like many people, wanted to touch the baby, you know. So I had this weird vibe, and I still can't really put it together, but it's kind of a foreboding feeling. Anyway, I've always been fascinated by Oppenheimer and what he was grappling with, the truth that he couldn't let anyone know. His whole family was threatened. So that's an interesting prenatal memory. I have memory of my birth. Yeah. I have this weird kind of like a sucking, kind of like a condensing down into an opening and then going out, and then seeing my whole life lay out in front of me. That's my prenatal memory. Yeah, I felt like doing a roundhouse kick. Yeah, but it felt like a rush, like I was rushing through a kind of a condenser of some sort, and then everything just kind of condensed, and then it opened up into my life, and here I am. And I did see glimpses of my future during that prenatal memory. That's why I'm running for president, ironically, because I really do see myself leading this country. I don't know why. It was kind of like ingrained in my mind when as a baby. So that's why I'm doing it. I don't even care if I'm successful. I'm only doing it to make that opportunity a possibility. But if I'm not successful and I don't become president, I'm not going to, it's not the end of the world for me. I'm actually okay with that. I might have just had some sort of a prenatal memory or a prenatal thought of what could be, not necessarily what will happen. So I'm willing to accept that. Memories stretched across. No. What are you communicating, Oma, to us through the show? You're putting the screen on the screen. She's showing aberrations that have occurred outside of her house recently. What's been happening? How are you doing? What's going on? Have you had any visitations from bizarre, strange things lately? No, I don't remember that early stage of zygote meets zygote. No, I don't remember that. I remember something weird.
Great.
Hey.
I'm doing wonderful.
You're doing wonderful. Okay, good. Good to know.
Absolutely. You want to see the highway to heaven?
Well, I saw pictures of the circle around the ring around the sun. Yes. Now we've got the highway to heaven. Whoa. How do you know that's not a chemtrail? Are you sure? Is it the highway to heaven? It's just opened up in the sky above you. Wow. That's pretty wild. That's like a pathway through the sky the sun has etched to your house. Wow, that's pretty cool, Oma. That is definitely weird. Well, she's just experiencing some pretty amazing things.
I'm positive.
She's positive it's the highway to heaven. Okay.
Yep.
Well, she's decided this is what it's going on. It's not a chemtrail. It's definitely
It goes over my land.
So it's like an opening right through the opening of the sky is a road that's cut right through through the sky. This is phenomenal, actually. That is pretty amazing, Oma. Yeah. Very interesting. Well, we saw it. It's been, yeah. She had like an opening in the sky, like a highway to heaven. Yeah. Right above her house. Yeah, many people can take a lot of things literally, and Oma's doing that. She's decided it's real. You got another picture?
That?
Is that a demon or an angel? Is that a baby? Is that baby Jesus? What do you think? That was weird. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing. And you got a video camera you can share online. What is that? That's some sort of an etching?
It's the king.
It's the king. The king. Okay, there's a king. You said there was a queen earlier. She's showing some bizarre pictures on her phone. Okay. We're featuring her pictures. That's weird. Where did you take that picture? Where did
Yep.
you take?
There's a king and a queen.
Okay. Are you talking about the king and queen in heaven?
Same place.
I don't know. You know, it's pretty interesting. All I can say is Oma's got some unique perspectives on things, and she's got video proof on her phone to back it up. Back it up. Hey, I'm not here to enhance anyone's beliefs or thoughts. I'm not here to give you justification or ratify it, justify it. I'm here to share whatever I could do. I had to mute her. Yeah. We can't just talk about Oma all night. We have to talk about other things. It's a requirement. Yeah, so Trump is speaking as the impeachment ramps up. Ramping. Oh, God.
That if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. They should investigate the Bidens, because how does a company that's newly formed, and all these companies, if you look at, and by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens.
Now, I was the one that first, I think, tweeted this information to Giuliani, and now he's carrying the story 10 hours later. So that's how reactive things can be in the media. Okay. Good. That's it for the call-in. Good. He loves saying the word China, and the fact is, the Biden story does loop into the China, and his involvement with Whitey Bulger's nephew. Biden's involvement is very, very pertinent to this story. And I tweeted that information to Giuliani, and now Trump's running with it. So I wish Trump has a good stand against Biden, because we really have to vet out the corruption in the Democratic Party. Remember, we never did investigate Hillary. And many QAnoners have been waiting for Donald Trump to investigate Hillary, and he hasn't done enough. So this is kind of an open door to this possibility that they can dig deeper. He's got a year to go. They could get the dirt on the Democrats and expose them full force, which is what we've seen the Democrats try to do with him. So why not go back at him? My first thought when Trump was first under impeachment threat, when the Mueller indictment started, my first thought was Trump needed to run a very solid, aggressive offense, not a defense. And Giuliani has that quality about him. He's really a strong offensive player. I like that. I actually think that's a good thing, and I'm glad that Trump has Giuliani right now, frankly, because he needs a strong offense and I don't think Giuliani has to apologize for what he did. Technically, if Giuliani had the wishes of our nation in mind, and he was put out there by Donald Trump to do this, he didn't violate any act like the Logan Act. He was sanctioned by the president to make phone calls to foreign dignitaries. The only time it would have been illegal is if it was a quid pro quo, where we wouldn't give them money. The government, he's using the government's power to get dirt on Biden. That's the illegality that the Democrats are going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So we're on our way to impeachment, but will the Democrats have enough steam in their engines to even pull it off? I don't know. They've proven to be relatively benign up to this point, and people like Nadler and Ocasio don't have the strength of will to do anything, in my opinion. I'm holding a public meeting about the CO2 being so high that one woman said that she wanted to eat babies to stop the CO2 level from being too high, and I didn't say anything to stop her. Can I control Julian? No, I just tweeted him a couple messages that kicked this thing into gear. You'll notice I'll be playing more of a part in our government as time goes on. In case many of you haven't noticed, I'm a big part of the media, even though they don't want to admit it. And I don't mind being a big part, even if I'm not getting recognized by Twitter or YouTube. It doesn't matter to me. Good night, Juan. Sleep well. You want to talk about the alien probe picture? The one that Hell All Day brought in? Yeah, he took my electric fence idea. I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I'm not here to take credit for all of this. Hey, even if I did develop these ideas, I'm not here to, profit from it. So what's the difference? Chemtrail flu. Have you got it yet? You're sick, your nose is stuffy, your body aches, you're sweaty, coughing, sneezing, you don't have enough energy to get out of bed. It's not the flu, according to Dr. Len Horowitz. His opinion is not based on conspiracy theory, but on conspiracy fact. Over the past 10 years, Horowitz has become America's most controversial medical authority. A university-trained medical researcher, Horowitz, 48, charges that elements of the United States government are conspiring with major pharmaceutical companies to make large segments of the population go to sleep. Bizarre upper respiratory infections are being seen. Doesn't quite seem like a virus. So that's all hogwash if you think it's a mystery flu, Dr. Leonard Horowitz says. The fact of the matter is we have seen this type of an epidemic since the 1998 and the beginning of 1999. People have been hacking and coughing with this bizarre illness that does not seem to follow any logical viral or bacterial onset and transition period. I remember when Scissor Fight, you said your whole neighborhood had chemtrails over your house. And then the next day, everybody got sick. I'll never forget you telling me that. Yeah, that's example number one right there. I'm the creator of the invisible fence. Donald Trump tweeted just right after the invisible fence, the see-through wall. 2 weeks later, after I came up with the invisible fence, he came up with the see-through wall. So you see, he watches our show. Eddie Ecuador came in and told me about the active denial system that's used for crowd control. And I suggested maybe we build an invisible fence out of that. After a few days, they did get sick. Yes, you're right. So Scissor Fight corroborates that story. Thank you. You know, many people like the one percenters like Bernie Sanders, they're pitching this socialist idea. We don't need socialism. That gives the power of the government too much power. It makes for a bigger government. We want to democratize our country. If anything, a democratic socialist solution for big corporations like Google. If we could get people to actually watch the monitors at Google so that we would actually say, hey, why are you locking down on this guy's hit counter? Yeah, I just said Eddie Ecuador gave me the idea about the active denial system, and I attributed it to him just now. And I took that idea and said, well, why not use the active denial system as a form of offense? That was my idea. Okay, are you with me? Thanks. But yeah, talking about too much government is really, I don't mind talking about too much government because socialism means too much government. And what the Democrats are proposing, more taxing and spending, that's too much government. Now, the Democrats have proven to not be able to cut their budget at all. We haven't seen any major budget cuts, and Trump either. So both parties are guilty of not finding ways to cut the budget. That's a significant factor involved in whether you choose a centrist or left or right. I do believe that Trump tweets too much, yes. Yes, I was just watching Tulsi Gabbard talk about that. I think a lot of people are concerned that Trump's tweeting is destabilizing our country. It'd be very difficult to stifle him because he does have freedom of speech going for him. Technically, he has every right to tweet. He can't be really seen as a person who's controlled. And ideally, he should be listened to. All his phone calls should be monitored. But technically, he has a right to private phone calls. So you see, there's a very fine line here. Mark confirms that Donald does watch Dave's show. Oh, thank you for finding out from Mark. Mark gets paid by my opponents. So, It's just a matter of time before we out the whole Mark scheme that's been going on. Once I become president, the days are up. The FBI, the CIA contact points that Mark's been dealing with will all be revealed. I understand that Mark's been dealing with the Rockefeller Institute. All kinds of money's been pouring into his pockets. I'm keeping tabs on all this, but believe me, all that will be revealed when I become president. It's a sad day for him because what he's doing is illegal. He's denying me my free speech and equal protection under the law. I shouldn't be treated differently than any other show on his network. Yeah. He has more than a sweet watch and a yacht. Yeah. But if you don't want to believe that, that's okay too. We're going to remove you from the show. Yeah, he should use, definitely use spell check. You know, Trump doesn't even have a person filtering his emails, which is weird. No, he owns a sweet watch, not a sweatshop. If he has a sweatshop and he's into that, I don't know anything about that. Oma's a trip, huh? Basically, Oma believes that she is encountering a spiritual event above her, and she believes it's real. Now, we've shown you the circle hovering above her house, circling around the sun. Those are very unusual halo effects. Yeah, and then she sees snakes above the sky, and she's not hallucinating. It could be lens flares, but she's not photographing through another lens or through a window, she said. But her video, all of her videos should be analyzed. I suggested she posted it on Pinterest and let you guys analyze it. It's very unusual. I mean, it's no different than Our Lady of Fatima had a similar situation where she had a circle around the sun, which many people attributed to God. So I'm not going to stand here and declare that she's nuts when she may very well be having some sort of a strange peak spiritual experience. I played the sun video. Yeah, I don't want to play it again unless you want to send me another link to it. Our Lady of Fatima had something similar, yeah. You once traced an ad sending data to a mental health facility near Hollywood Hills from this site? That is weird. That is really weird. Yeah. It turned out great. I had a lasagna, a Tex-Mex lasagna concoction that, I'm telling you, it gets better. Lasagna sits in the refrigerator for a couple days and you cut it with a knife, it gets better. That's why I made it. It's the kind of meal that'll just get better and better as it sits in the refrigerator. But yeah, it was perfect. I had plenty of ricotta cheese. I had 2 pounds of ricotta cheese I put in the whole meal. I got it for $1. And then I had turkey kielbasa sausage sliced nicely and then layered with black organic beans, tomatoes, diced tomatoes, sauce, which I made from scratch with a chipotle base to it. And my whole thing was low salt, so I drained a lot of the salt out of the corn. I used non-GMO corn, not genetically modified corn, but non-GMO, which is double the cost, organic beans. And then I purchased non-GMO lasagna. It was super great, yeah. And all these meals that I make on Thursday, I can eat in the refrigerator for a week on end, you know, even make lunches out of them. Organic is not necessarily non-GMO, but it usually is. It was $10 for 10 servings. Yeah, 10 servings, but I definitely have 10 servings, that's for sure. No, not gluten-free. If you want, you could buy, they make a pasta that's made of cauliflower. If you want to go gluten-free. It's expensive. I managed to find non-GMO lasagna for $1.79, but I had to cook it for I had to cook it for a long time. You know, it wasn't the kind you throw in the bake oven. That's $1.99 a pound. Yeah, so it basically worked out fantastic. I try to show people how to cook and economize for their family, and making these meals is my gift to the world, really, because I'm teaching people, no matter where they are, whatever the cost of food is, if they make these types of meals, they'll save money no matter how inflated our economy is. Oh, I stopped working about 10 years ago. I shut my business down and I said, you know, Sarah, I've got enough. I've saved all my life and I don't really spend a lot of money and I own everything. Unlike Trump, who's in debt, I don't have any debt and I have plenty of things with value. So I just said, you know, I really don't need to work. I'm just going to dedicate my life to doing what I enjoy doing in the evening, and that's what I do. It's a lot easier than, you know, working in a job you hate, that's for sure. But no, I don't have I don't have a large retirement plan. No, I have a lot of equity. I could draw on my equity if I need it, and I have liquid savings and cash. But a lot of people have to get to that benchmark of $1 million in their bank account in order to retire. And I don't blame you. If you spend a lot of money, you're going to need $1 million. But if you learn to cut your costs, you won't need $1 million to retire. Yeah, I could easily work. Yeah, I don't have a problem running for office and working too, but I really don't want to work and do this. I couldn't do a show every night if I worked. There's no way. I couldn't even do maybe 3 nights a week. I didn't sell t-shirts on the radio. I sold t-shirts in person. Yeah, I actually sold t-shirts at the beach. And I was I printed t-shirts for rock and roll stars back in the day. Yeah, David, do you think there will be more intentional communities and living arrangements as population grows and wages stifle? Yes. In fact, if I were an investor right now, I would buy a trailer park. And you can buy a trailer park right now, and you can turn it into a tiny home community. That's probably what I would do. Yeah. So you can buy, yeah, there are places you can buy trailer parks. This site has a trailer park for sale. 1.5 million. This Prince George Canadian trailer park is 1.5 million with an annual revenue of 100 to 250,000. Yeah, nice. Fundy Coast in New Brunswick, you can get a trailer park for about $1 million. Wow. Huh. Yeah, with similar cash flows of 100 to 250,000. This Grand Forks, British Columbia, you can have this beautiful trailer park and motel too. Look at that. It comes with a trailer park and the motel. All this cash opportunity available for $625,000. So you can own and make $250,000 a year. If you turn that into an intentional community, with a leased lots, you could sell the lots for $30,000 to $40,000 and lease them out. Theoretically, I know people that have tried that. But yeah, that's a very good, solid investment for the future. Tiny home communities will be the thing of the future for sure. It doesn't have to be stack and pack like, you know, you hear Alex Jones going, That's what the Agenda 2030 is trying to do. They're trying to create stack and pack housing for everybody to put them all in prisons. But no, this could be spread out, and you can have your tiny house and property too. Yeah, well, a lot of people have that option of buying something. You know, to be zoned and licensed, you do have to, and to sell the lots, you do have to have that done. If you're a trailer park and you just rent the lots to tiny house users, there's nothing saying you can't put a tiny house in a trailer spot. Yeah, you go to New York and buy a piece of property with a trailer park on it, call it Woodstock, and I guarantee it'll fill up in a day, or at least 6 weeks. Don't quote me on that. Operator standing by. Many Pakuya builds 1,000 homes for needy Filipino. Oh, really? A lot of people are really struggling with housing in Manila. We even featured some of the ways they eat, pag. Benevolent Pakuya builds 1,000 homes for needy Filipinos. Yes. Manny Pakuya has announced his charity on his Facebook account. He's the big boxer, professional boxer. He's himself risen from misery to emerge as one of the richest earners in the sports world. Now he's helping 1,000 homes be built. I never forgot where I came from. He said, I thank God for allowing me to help other people. His career purses and endorsements is around $500 million. That's about how much Tiger Woods is worth. Yeah, I'm glad he's doing that. That's really nice. Good. That's a very, very good thing to do. And I'm sure he feels good giving 1,000 homes back to the Filipino people. Yeah, that's got to be a good feeling. Yeah, but they live on pag, which is meat that they get out of a garbage can.
Because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine. So I would say that President Zelensky, if it were me, I would recommend that they start an investigation into the Bidens. Because nobody has any doubt that they weren't crooked. That was a crooked deal, 100%. He had no knowledge of energy, didn't know the first thing about it. All of a sudden, he's getting $50,000 a month, plus a lot of other things. Nobody has any doubt. And they got rid of a prosecutor who was a very tough prosecutor. They got rid of him. Now they're trying to make it the opposite way, but they got rid. So if I were the president, I would certainly recommend that of Ukraine. Let's say China. 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 You go over to China, 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 China. You take China. 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 I love them. China. 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 I have to have my China. China. China because China. 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 China now. China. China. You know, China. I know China very well. China. 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 China.
China, China, China. Hey, welcome to the show. Yeah, we just are hanging out here on Periscope land too. And you guys over at, yeah, I don't know how many viewers. We have one viewer. Wow, amazing. Thanks for viewing over. My stream summary is ready. Yeah, well, we just started Twitch tonight, and I don't have a link for you guys to get to Twitch, but we're starting Twitch on that computer. Hopefully I'll get it running on this computer, and we'll run simultaneously on 4 networks. Yeah. We got another call. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. Okay, let me go get that. Okay, I just missed your call by a short period. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you. Operator standing by. Bouncy Chicken China. So my tweet that went out landed on Rudy Giuliani's desk, he read it, and thank goodness he did, because now this story has expanded out into China. And thanks to the people bringing me information, we have this stuff to share. I mean, without the link sharing, I would never have been able to do this. Now, this is the newest scoop on Donald. Trump is drafting a letter daring Pelosi to hold a vote on impeachment inquiry. And this is pretty important because it gives him a lot more wiggle room if they declare a vote either way. Whether they do a vote and it goes against him, he still has the power to question, and the minority leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, could be very instrumental in getting specifics out there. The other issue is if it does go against Donald Trump and they win it, the quorum of votes in the House to do this, it forces House Democrats in vulnerable races to be on the record. So people will have to say who they voted for, and that'll be part of their list of votes. It'll affect their electability, especially in votes in states that went toward Republican votes and Donald Trump in the last election. There are a couple states that are breaking toward Democrats right now that'll kind of be steered back to Republican votes. So either way, forcing a vote will push things forward. I don't know who's paying Mark. It might even be Trump himself. I don't know. I don't really care at this point. I will care later, but right now I don't care. What I'm more interested in is pushing the dialogue forward and making sure that the Republicans have their fair day in court. This cannot be one-sided vilification of Donald Trump. It has to go back to Biden. We have to look deeper. And if Biden's connections to Whitey Bulger and his nephew come true, and the Chinese connection, which was established by that nephew of Whitey Bulger, is very suspicious, then Trump's onto something that could very well open up into a big scandal for Biden. Everything about Biden looked like nepotism, and there's no way we can just sit back and ignore this. Okay, we now have Michelle and the penis picture. Okay, for those of you who are still believers in the Democratic Party, I have to only show you this. A video, not doctored, right, mind you, of Michelle Obama dancing with Ellen DeGeneres. And you can see something is going on in Michelle's pants. Now, it doesn't take a lot to make you understand that this is not normal for a woman to have something going on in her pants like this. So I argue that we've got a situation where we've been lied to, and that's not good. Okay, let's kind of bring things together. We've got our 20-minute solid discussion about America to talk about the issues. I don't really care about the dance move. I could, whatever. But now that we have established that Michelle has a penis, we also know that Barack lied about being straight and Christian. So nobody in the Democratic Party even asked why Barack Obama abandoned the church that he lived in. 17 years, he was a regular attendee at the Down Low Club at Trinity United Church of Chicago, which was frequented by a lot of homosexual men who hooked up. When he abandoned that church and claimed Reverend Wright was a bad guy and Reverend Wright called him a liar, Barack Obama never acquired a new church, ever. He never even bothered. It was pretty obvious that he had only been to that church because he wanted to hook up with gay love. That's a serious allegation for a president that you voted for, and you thought, well, he was such a good guy and he did so much. Well, what did he do? Not much. Reverend Wright, yeah. And because Barack Obama is not telling the truth. We've got a history of lying from the Democratic Party, and yes, that's why I wanted Rudy to expose the Democrats. Hell yeah. It can't be worse than facing reality. A lot of us are getting more and more pissed off that we're being lied to by our government.
I mean, who can blame them to build this nation and then have it given away, just given away, just thrown away?
Reverend Manning's got a good point. The long-legged McDully. That's right. So yeah, having to come to grips with the fact we've been lied to is perhaps one of the best unifying factors in this show. And I know a lot of you are watching things like Mandalay Bay and events that are happening around the country that just don't have a lot of evidence to back them up. Yeah, Joan Rivers literally died for exposing the fact that Michael was Michelle is a dude. And a month and a half later, she was killed. And then they didn't even do an autopsy on her. That's how much cover-up was involved. So I'm a marathon broadcaster. I've been broadcasting for 11 years, nonstop, with only Sundays for breaks. Unlike other shows where they turn video cameras in and walk around the house and make dinner, I do a set show, 5 hours in length, every night, consistently, guaranteed. And that, to me, is the kind of consistency you should expect from a presidential candidate. No other candidate in the history of America has ever gotten close to what I've done. And I continue to run this campaign despite all opposition and all censorship. A spray-on gel, I hope it's natural. There's a spray-on gel that could prevent forest fires. I hope it's not a flame retardant like we're dealing in my area with water contamination. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, it prevented a fire right there. 2 billion trying to fight them. We could save so much with creating a gel-like fluid that could make it much harder to start or spread a fire. Well, Stanford has developed this gel-like fluid. The question is it toxic? A century of fire suppression plus hotter, drier weather has intensified. It's environmentally benign. That's really good to hear. Yeah, that's great. It's a cellulose-based gel-like fluid that it stays on target vegetation through wind, rain, and other environmental exposure and can prevent forests from lighting up. That's really good news. Stanford developed treatment contains only non-toxic starting materials widely used in food, drug, cosmetic, and agricultural products. These gel-like retardant fluids allow them to be applied using standard agricultural spraying equipment or from aircraft. You know, if this gel works, we need to use it in the Navy. Because my Navy, even though they've got water contamination issues in my area, 10 miles north of me, 10 miles south, they've got flame retardant in their groundwater. The people are upset big time. But in my area, they're still using flame retardant at the Navy base and at the outlying field where they land aircrafts to test how they land on an aircraft carrier. So if this works there, yeah, I should email that link to the commander at the Navy base. That would be a good idea. Right, we are promising a live interactive chat during the White House hours. I want to have a 24/7 server for people to actually interact and post polls. I want an automated server at the White House where people post poll ideas and everyone votes on the polls. And there'll be a live chat commentator to give you updates and then follow-up stories about things going on in the country. I want C-SPAN involved. I want C-SPAN to actually target your viewership and get people out there. So we'll have monitors that can come in the show and do on-screen work as well as just chat monitoring throughout the evening and day, 24/7. And polling, which would automatically elevate points to an issue where for an hour and a half a day, I could talk to the American people directly. You know how Trump has given up the idea of having a press secretary because he's making so many speeches in front of cameras now? That was actually my idea ahead of the time. I actually said he didn't even need a press secretary, and lo and behold, he got rid of his press secretary. So, ironically, he's doing exactly what I said we should do in the future, which he's doing now, just talking directly to the press. But that's what you could expect on a daily basis. And the lack of a press secretary hasn't stopped Trump, and it wouldn't stop me either. It's easier for him to resolve a problem than to go through a third-party agent who makes mistakes and bobbles. Yeah, when Sarah Huckabee Sanders said that Trump weighed in on the testimony with Donald Trump Jr., that he said to the House subcommittee that investigated him, or the Senate subcommittee, Sarah Huckabee said he weighed in on it. We saw Donald Trump Jr.'s testimony change from meeting the Russian attorney to end sanctions and talk about adoptions of Russian children. Donald Trump Jr. changed that testimony to talking about emails of Hillary Clinton. And there never were any emails transferred hands. So that story must have morphed because of Donald when he weighed in on it. We know now that that's witness tampering. And that's probably one of the cases they'll have to bring up against Donald Trump in the impeachment hearing, witness tampering with his son's testimony. And she admitted it publicly. So she's not in hot water. She got a job at Fox. But witness tampering is a serious allegation that if Donald Trump, continues to morph testimony, it doesn't bode well for his presidency. I have a feeling that if we sit back and watch, it'll all play out. Pence will be our president in about 6 months. That's if Donald Trump doesn't put up a fight. But we know he's going to put up a fight. So it's very likely, if Trump is listening and planning on his next move, a strong, credible attack on the Biden corruption angle is still very viable. And at the very least, it knocks out a potential viable threat in the election, Biden being the incumbent vice president against the current incumbent president. It's a pretty strong threat from the Democratic Party. I still believe that Biden is the strongest guy they've got. I believe that Beto is a disaster, a walking, talking disaster with a history of being a criminal act, burglary, DUI, actually running from the scene of a hit and run. All these character flaws in Beto make him impossible for the Democrats. And we know that Warren will eventually get caught up in the quagmire of having lied about her activity as a Cherokee Indian on her affirmative action documents. That's not something you can just apologize for. She got hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to college, and she developed a career as a minority professor at Harvard with that belief that she was a Cherokee Indian. This is insane. The woman should be charged with a crime. Running for president is a despicable act for her. And of course, Bernie's not doing too well. His heart surgery may be a success, but his political damage from having heart problems will definitely play heavily into this election. Tulsi Gabbard, she actually looks viable as a candidate for the Democrats. I don't know about Kamala Harris. She's got some issues that kind of push her away. The fact that she does lie quite a bit, lied about being bussed as a child, that doesn't bode well. Doesn't get along with her family because she admitted to smoking marijuana. Well, Kamala Harris, if you want to come on by and smoke a doobie with me, we can certainly do that in recreationally legal state of Washington. I can't imagine a family rejecting her for that reason. But her family really just sees her as like a fashionista in her own mind, and she's just all about Kamala. So her family has rejected her, and that's a serious play against her as a viable candidate. But Biden definitely has a strong position, and he has the ability to speak out against Donald Trump in every way, and he's been consistently strong in the polls. Warren will fade if the truth is made available to the American people that she clearly did lie about her birthright. Okay, so you believe that Gog and at Magog are against Zionists, or what? No, the Zionists are against. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that. The Zionists have actually affected Israel's overall ability to function. Even though Zionism created the state of Israel, not every Jewish person thinks that Zionists are the way to go. I mean, it's driven a divisive wedge between the Muslim world and the Jewish world. The Zionist theories that were developed in the 1890s and then advanced with the Balfour Declaration in 1914 by the Rothschilds have actually global implications for all of us. That's why I'm morally against Zionism. It's pushing a new world order, and I'm against that. I believe the nation-state model will stand the test of time, and no one group will ever take control over the world. I believe that. Although that goes in direct opposition to the Rothschilds' belief in a new world order. I believe what will eventually evolve will be regional governments, like we have today. Yeah, and Zionism is the plan of the Ashkenazis for global dominance and economic power. Good night, Fear Money. Thank you for coming in, man. Oh, good. The Gogs are good people? Good. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Gogs were even mentioned in the Bible until I actually looked it up, and Hell All Day was correct. They're actually meant. Yes, I will tell her to hope she feels better. I know that she's resting. Yeah. She was pretty tired tonight. She works so hard, Sarah does. Yeah, she's a very hard worker, but that's her choice. She wants to, have a strong pathway to her future, and she really is building her retirement and all that. I tend to believe that the world is a little bit more precarious, that even good retirement plans won't even stand the test of time. But I've always been negative about a lot of the things going on in the country, because I see an underbelly of severe corruption and inequity that's dogged our nation for years. Even the stock market is not really a resemblance of the economy. And it's been pumped up by monetarism for the past 40 years. I don't know. I think Trump is out there every day doing what he does. And I'm not going to say he doesn't work. Even if he steals my ideas, he's still, running a campaign and trying to do his job. For me, Trump is not that big of a disappointment as a president, but I think it would have been the same if Hillary was president. I just don't think they're tackling the real problems facing the country. I think we're just kind of treading water. And I don't think Trump could even give his undivided attention to his daily task of leading the nation when he's constantly having to deal with the press and impeachment attacks. But yeah, he's taken all the ideas that he wanted to pick from, and he thinks it's perfectly okay to steal ideas. It's more of a character flaw in the man. And he doesn't realize it. In the long run, I'll win out over this whole discussion. In the short run, he may have a few good ideas that make him look good because I created them, but in the long run, he won't implement them, and he'll bastardize the ideas, and they'll backfire. The good thing is these ideas have been already revealed to the American people, so we can move forward with the fence. The 1,000-mile fence can be finished. We can build mobile medical units, which he failed to do. Okay, Udemy is making books from scratch. Good. I didn't show this last night, but the Russians are frequently caught lying about things and lying about their technology. Look at this Russian robot hoax.
Тебе возможность посмотреть на самых современных роботов. Я хорошо, но я хочу еще научиться рисовать картину.
There you go. Fake bot. It's not fun to see people lied to all the time, you know. All right, so this story kind of rings true as well. This is one of the reasons why the Democrats are empowered, but because there are corroborations that Trump was seeking compromising information on Biden.
Two soldiers are injured during a military exercise that went way off course at a major training site.
We played this before.
He has been digging into those communications between Rudy Giuliani, President Trump, and Ukraine's president. She's in Kiev, that's the Ukrainian capital. Roxana, we heard that you have new information on the content of those talks. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Ukraine's president said this morning he will not be releasing a transcript of his July 25th phone call with President Trump. A former advisor to Ukraine's president told us it was a, quote, well-known fact here that President Trump was looking for compromising information on Joe Biden and that Ukraine's president believed U.S. aid to his country was at stake.
I'm sure that issue of Biden was forever on the table between Zelensky and Trump.
As a former lawmaker and advisor to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, Serhiy Leshchenko believes it was clear that President Trump wanted Ukraine to investigate his Democratic rivals.
This is a pretty solid story. You know, a guy who was connected to Zelensky, who now is retired or resigned because it's too hot to handle, has said that, yes, Trump was doing it, but that's hearsay. It's good investigative journalism on CBS's part, but it's just hearsay. Same with Napolitano saying that Trump said he wanted a favor from the Ukrainian president. That's been established. What was the favor? You want to send me sardines or caviar? I need you to send me 5 cases of caviar. How do we know that? Thanks. So we'll find out exactly what that favor is eventually when the transcript is revealed. Trump said the transcript is an utter lie, that it was not even what he said in the interview with this Ukrainian leader. So Trump is saying it's all been confabulated by, or fabricated by Shifty Schiff, Adam Schiff. He calls him Shifty Schiff. So at this point, if you believe Trump wholeheartedly that Adam Schiff is lying, then that'll be eventually vetted by the impeachment hearing itself, if we get to the impeachment hearing. So we'll find out if the truth is that Trump talked about a favor and that, in fact, that favor was to get dirt on Biden. If that's the case, then Trump is probably going to be facing impeachment. That's the bottom line. That's where we're at. So we've kind of used this show to kind of filter through a lot of the BS coming out of the media and decide what exactly is really happening. Now, I've been tweeting about Lindsey Graham. He's a guy who's now standing next to the president every second of the day. He gives him support. It seems like whenever he talks, he's always supporting him now. At one point, he didn't. But let's not forget, Lindsey Graham received campaign donations from a firm tied to a Russian oligarch. Yeah. And same with Mitch McConnell. So Russia has its fingers pretty deep in the Republican Party. And if the Republican Party is going to get out of that label, maybe they might move toward impeachment in the Senate. They might push away from Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. And they'll be standing all alone, holding the bag. And some people wonder, can they afford not to impeach if their future job is at stake, if things go against Trump? But if Trump continues to run a solid plan of attack against Biden, removing Biden's chance of even winning, it could slow the Democrats down fast enough to actually have to regroup and wonder, is it even worth an impeachment hearing? Let's just have an election. Driver takes car on wall of death before hanging outside a window. Wow. Here we go. Watch out. This is the This is a stunt that's been done by a few people. They do this with motorcycles in arenas. You know, I really don't have 3 minutes to watch some guy die in Mumbai, India. Yeah. He was a driver. He just wanted to take on the stunt when the other guys... I don't know. Do I really want to see some movie a film where somebody dies? Car going round, round, round. Oh, there's no death? Oh, how wonderful. Oh, nice. Well, by all means, let's play it. Better yet, I'll do that in a bit. Okay, here's the bad news. Robots are going to cut 200,000 U.S. bank jobs in the next decade. Study says, survey says. Wells Fargo spends $150 billion annually on tech. Yeah, so they're gearing up to replace their 6,000 workers that were recently fired because they committed a felony, but no one was charged with a crime. Yeah, remember Wells Fargo? They had to hire back those 6,000 people that had committed a Class C felony with bank fraud. Now Wells Fargo is just saying, "Hey, we're just going to replace everything with computers." Yeah, the industry is spending $150 billion. That's leading to lower costs and more efficient operations. Yeah, you bet. The study says back office, back branch, call center, corporate office jobs are being cut the most. Jobs related to tech, sales, advising, and consulting are less affected. People that run the machines will be making money. Okay, now back to this terrible situation. Round and round we go. Just can't seem to get rid of Lindsey Graham here from the picture. Okay, so I'll just play this in the background so you can watch it. Oh my gosh, we're 6 minutes overtime. Well, this has been a special evening. He opens up his car door, looks out, thinks stuntmen can do this, why can't I? Nice perspective shot. Now he's hanging out the window. Oh yeah, isn't he cool? How to be in Mumbai, anything's possible. Hey, have I climaxed yet? It was at the climax of the video, so are we done with that now? Thank you. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Did you want Hillary? No, Hillary would have been the same as Trump. It wouldn't have mattered. Abandoned spaceship, dark space, ambient. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this has been another Technology Thursday. We haven't discussed this browser. I'll give you this tip. Final brought this in last week. Dissenter. Dissenter.com is a fairly safe browser that works on Windows, Linux, and Mac. The web browser is built for the people, not advertisers. Block big tech ads and trackers by default. Discover a comment section on every URL online. And welcome to the free speech internet. Great. This is the first thing. I'm going to download it, try it out. Sounds cool. Dissenter.com. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad you didn't post a dead person. It's, yeah, people do weird things in cars. Yeah, no problem. Let's see if I have any other tech stories that we can bring in. Oh, yeah. We talked about this week. Troops could have night vision injected into their eyes. Yeah. I just think it's a little risky, you know. Yeah, new Firefox runs really smooth and minimizes the cache, memory of the cache. Your RAM is minimized. Yeah, well, Windows 11 is in the early stages of development, and Windows is being criticized for using Linux. And some people are saying Steve Ballmer should come back from retirement and apologize for having hated on Linux so much. And this is a pretty strange technology. These pumpkins and watermelons are grown in containers that are shaped like Frankenstein and square containers. So he's literally able to create pumpkins shaped like Frankenstein. Isn't that funny? Okay, we're almost done. Yeah, this is good. We still have more leaked audio from Mark Zuckerberg's private meetings on technology, and we've been listening to it at various times. I'll fill you in if I have nothing else to play.
Like Elizabeth Warren, who thinks that the right answer is to break up the companies, if she gets elected president, then I would bet that we will have a legal challenge, and I would bet that we will win the legal challenge. So does that still suck for us? Yeah. I mean, I don't have to, have a major lawsuit against our own government. I mean, that's not like the position that you want to be in when you're,
It's almost like he's winging it, He seems like he's a guy who doesn't really understand how deep into this he is. He makes statements that seem to be backed by kind of a cavalier attitude. He wants Facebook to be seen as a publicly traded company, being a public company. He feels that all of you have no presumption of privacy. Yet he wants to censor people like a private company anytime he wants. So he's all over the place. And legally, you can't be both. So it's kind of interesting to see how Facebook will play out over time. I think we're going to have to do some monopoly busting here. And I think he's definitely on the target list. All right, so let's give Donald Trump the best possible defense he can possibly have. And at the same time, he's going to be rooting out the Democratic corruption, which we know is deep. And we've been waiting for him to go after Clinton. Let's see if he can go after Biden and see how far that takes him, because Clinton has a lot of roots in China too. Now that he's on that route, hopefully he'll dig up more dirt on Hunter Biden and the Chinese connection to Whitey Bulger's nephew. That's all very weird, all connected to Joe Biden. So for those of you who are still supporting Donald Trump fully, he's got a good shot as long as he runs a good, strong offense. But if he did do a quid pro quo, which he says he didn't, and they prove that he did, he is slated to be impeached by the House. Whether he'll be impeached by the Senate, one only can guess. Technically, there's not enough votes to go against him, but CNN's pitching this story, and you know how CNN is. They warp everything toward them. There are Republicans who are against Trump and for impeachment.
Americans are now evenly divided on impeachment, with a notable rise among independents and Republicans supporting President Trump's removal from office. A new CNN poll just released finds 47% of Americans believe the president should be impeached, up from 41% in May.
Okay, without getting more into the Nancy Pelosi angle, and she's coming out finally in favor of impeachment, so we'll see how that plays out. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for coming in to Technology Thursday. I'll be uploading my video on Tex-Mex lasagna at 2 in the morning, so that'll be at youtube.com/David John Sponheim. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to do a show. Can't always guarantee what we have in front of us any one night, but it's going, and thanks to your link providing, it really makes it interesting and different. All right, signing off. Thank you for coming in, everyone. All right, have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow night with another big one, Freedom Friday, starting at 5 p.m. I'll be in the show till 1 in the morning tonight in chat. Take care.